Chapter 583. He promised to protect her so solemnly that Tao Yuan didn't know what to feel for a moment. She always knew that no matter how strong a woman was, she was still a woman and needed a man to protect her. She also longed for someone to protect her, but she didn't expect that person to be Lu Li. She didn't think it was a good thing. Since they were going to divorce, they should be completely cut off, even hate each other, and cut off all possibilities of reconciliation. But now, it seemed that they were sinking deeper and deeper, and it was getting more and more troublesome. The divorce was far away. Tao Yuan couldn't help but say, "Actually, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. No matter what, I won't change my decision to divorce." "Then you're asking me to give up?" "Impossible, I'll do everything I can to fight for it." "Tao Yuan, if I can let you go, it won't be like that. Don't you understand my determination? But you'll still hate me in the end." She smiled bitterly. No matter what he did, it wouldn't change her determination to take revenge on Su Baihe and her mother, and she wouldn't show any mercy. When he found out, he would definitely blame her for being cruel. Even if he forgave her, it would leave a shadow in his heart, a gap that they couldn't cross in the end. No matter how long they entangled, they were destined to divorce with hatred. He looked at the road in front of him. The sun was bright and dazzling. "I used to know my life like the back of my hand, and I'm used to going according to plan. But this time, I don't want to think too much about the future. I only know that I've never wanted a relationship so much, so no matter what you say, I'll keep moving forward. I don't want to regret it for the rest of my life." Late at night in the United States. The lights in the luxurious presidential suite were not turned on. Lu Yenting looked at the photo of Su Baihe and a man entering the hotel on the screen, and his heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. Back then, he and Su Baihe had a business marriage and there was no love between them. Even if there was a little passion, it had long been worn away by decades of marriage. After Tao Yuan married into the family, their relationship was like walking on thin ice, and they often quarreled. The reason why they didn't divorce was because there was no need to, and they could continue to be husband and wife in name. So, it really wasn't jealousy. However, Su Baihe had an affair with his chauffeur, a young man about the same age as Lu Qingwan. Naturally, Lu Yenting's dignity as a man was greatly challenged. No one would be able to accept his wife's betrayal. The moment he saw the photo, he almost called home. However, he held back. Since there were no more feelings, since the things that he didn't want to happen had already happened, then he could use it as a condition that he could take advantage of. Lu Yenting was, after all, Lu Yenting. He was a very rational and astute person. He immediately had an idea. After smoking half a pack of cigarettes, he calmed down completely and made a call. "Next week, you come home with me." His deep eyes narrowed. Su Baihe anxiously guessed if Tao Yuan had sent the photos to Lu Yenting. According to her understanding of Tao Yuan, she wouldn't expose it to the media. However, she wasn't sure if she would send it to Lu Yenting. In short, judging from Tao Yuan's tone that day, she definitely wouldn't let Lu Qingwan off the hook for drugging her. She kept guessing every day, almost driving herself crazy. Many times she thought of hiring a hitman to kill her, but Lu Li was protecting Tao Yuan, so she couldn't do anything. On the night that Lu Yenting came back from the US, Su Baihe had been very guilty. She was busy taking care of him, even cooking dinner herself. "Why are you so busy again when you just got home? I made some sweet water. Do you want some?" "Leave it." Lu Yenting's tone was very cold. Su Baihe was like a frightened bird. Even the slightest movement could scare her. She anxiously guessed that Lu Yenting's cold attitude towards her was because he knew about her affair, but she did not dare to bring it up. "Did the meeting in the US go well?" "Yes. It's already 11 o'clock. Rest early." "Okay. I'll go back to my room first." "Wait. What's the matter?" Su Baihe asked hurriedly. "I'll bring a guest home tomorrow." "Oh, is it your business friend?" "I'll treat him well." "It's not a business friend. It's my son." Su Baihe was stunned as if she was struck by lightning. Her face was pale, and her lips trembled for a long time before she squeezed out two words. "Son? What nonsense are you talking about? Where did a son come from? How come I didn't know?" "I only found out a while ago. 20 years ago when I was in the US, I had a woman." The continuous blows almost made Su Baihe collapse. Her eyes turned white and she almost fainted. She staggered a few times and barely managed to stand up. "You believe what she says?" "I've done a paternity test. That can be faked. It must be a trap set up by someone. Don't be fooled." "Who do you think can fool me? I know very well whether he's my son or not." "You?" Su Baihe felt like the sky was falling. "Back then we agreed that I could turn a blind eye to your fooling around outside, But you can't have an illegitimate child. After 20 years, you suddenly say that you have a son outside. Have you considered my feelings? Lu Yenting was still cold and indifferent. I didn't expect it either. But since I have one, I can't let my son wander the streets. It was fine if it was a daughter, but it was a son. He didn't come earlier or later, but only now. It was obvious that he was here to fight for the inheritance. Subaiha would never agree to it even if she died. Isn't it money that he wants? Just give him the money, that's all. But as long as I'm here, you can forget about bringing him home. I've already decided. You didn't discuss it with me. Do you think I'm dead? I also have a share in this family. Only my son has the right to inherit. No one else has the right. Do you understand? Lu Yenting already hated Subaiha to begin with. If she continued to shout like this, his temper would flare up. This is my Lu family. Everything is up to me. Lu Li is my son and so is he. I will not be biased. The position of the CEO of Lu Enterprises should be taken by the capable one. He also has the right to inherit. Impossible. How can an illegitimate child be compared to the son you've raised for more than 20 years? Also, didn't Lu Enterprises rely on our Su family for its current scale? What right does he have to be compared to my son? I don't agree. I'm not discussing it with you. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Lu Yenting. I've been with you for so many years and gave birth to your children. I've tolerated the fact that you have another woman outside. I followed you loyally and sacrificed so much for you. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? I don't want to discuss this with you. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight. Lu Yenting got up to leave, but Subaiha grabbed him and pestered him. You're not allowed to leave until you've made it clear. Let that illegitimate child in? Don't even think about it. Unless he steps over my dead body. Let go. I won't let go. If you dare to let him in, I'll fight it out with you. Lu Yenting pulled her hand away and flung it to the side. Do you have to fall out with me? He was furious. Do you think I don't know what you've done? Subaiha's ears buzzed. She was so engrossed in her anger that she forgot about her affair. She trembled uneasily. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't deny it if you've done it. I know everything about you and that Zhang Hua. Did that B*TCH tell you? She's spreading rumors and sowing discord. It doesn't matter who said it. I've already seen the photos. Don't try to deny it. I didn't want to fall out with you at first, but you insisted. I can pretend that it didn't happen on the condition that I let my son come home legitimately. Are you threatening me? Fine, go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, I won't let that illegitimate child in. Do you want your daughter and son to know who you are? Lu Yenting's words hit Subaiha's soft spot. After the incident, what she was most afraid of was not her reputation, but Lu Li's opinion. We've been married for so many years. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I won't mention that incident again. Subaiha sat on the floor wanting to cry. You're blaming me? If you didn't have so many women outside and left me at home, would I have found a man? Don't you know that I've been wronged? Now that there's an illegitimate child, how can I accept it? You're forcing me to my death. No one expected this and I don't want it to happen. But I won't let my son be wronged. Whether you agree or not, I'll bring him home tomorrow. There's no use crying over spilled milk. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for what you did to Zhang Hua. Lu Yenting went to sleep in the guest room after saying this. Subaiha burst into tears. Wilton Hotel. Lin Wei praised Tao Yuan the moment she saw her. Manager, you look so beautiful today. Are you in love? Wasn't I beautiful in the past? Of course not. You're beautiful, but you're especially beautiful today. You're such a sweet talker. All right, the director is back. He bought some desserts. Do you want some? No need. Where's the director? Just as she finished speaking, the man's magnetic voice came from behind. Looking for me? Tao Yuan turned around. Ouyang Shua was walking towards her. After not seeing him for a while, she was stunned. Ouyang Shua was feminine, but he was indeed beautiful. He was one of those handsome men with single eyelids. His almond-shaped eyes were in high spirits and he was always full of confidence. He was fair and beautiful, but his skin was thin. He was like the vampire royalty in the movies, exuding an evil charm. Long time no see, I miss you. He was saying weird things again. Tao Yuan sent Lin Wei away. Do you miss me? Tao Yuan changed the topic. Did you enjoy your holiday? You think it was a holiday? Your narrow-minded husband was afraid that I would seduce you, so he used a project to trap me there. I was supposed to be trapped for a month, but I broke through early. TSK jealous men are scary. But I'm not a kind person either. It's not easy for him to make things difficult for me. That's work, don't drag irrelevant people into it. In the company we're just subordinates. Not from tomorrow onwards. Chapter 584. Tao Yuan sensed that he was not joking and felt a little strange. What do you mean? Curious? You'll know tomorrow. Ouyang Shua took a step closer, leaned over and whispered in her ear. Maybe from tomorrow onwards, our relationship will become closer, very close. So close that you can't get rid of it even if you want to, so close that a certain man will go crazy. Tao Yuan's body trembled suddenly and she pushed him away and took 2 steps back. The more he said, the more uneasy she felt. What? Are you afraid? I don't understand what you're saying, but you're just joking, right? Ouyang Shua shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. Maybe it's just a joke. Maybe, not, who knows? Tao Yuan tried to treat his words as nonsense, but it did not seem like it. A person like Ouyang Shua would not talk nonsense for no reason. So what was he plotting? In the afternoon, Tao Yuan secretly investigated Ouyang Shua's background, but found nothing. It was as if he had suddenly sprung out of the ground. He was very mysterious. In the evening, Luli came to the apartment again and said, "That haunting Ouyang Shua is back again? He's quite capable. He solved the problem I gave him so quickly. It seems that I really underestimated him." Tao Yuan thought for a while and asked, "Do you have any problems with him? I always feel that he's not here with good intentions. What problems can I have with him? It's obvious that he's after you. Isn't it because of your womanizing?" Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. "I don't think it's that simple. He seems to have a purpose. His purpose is you." "No, well, I don't know. Anyway, I feel weird and uneasy." "Then stay away from him, or should I transfer him away?" "Did you arrange for him to enter my department?" Luli shrugged. "Why would I arrange such a small thing? That's strange. Where did he come from?" "You care so much about him. Aren't you afraid that your man will be jealous?" Tao Yuan whimpered and slapped his hand away. "You're not my man. You've slept with her and you're still denying it?" The man grinned cheekily. "How about this? We'll get to know each other better the first time. If we sleep a few more times, I'll be your man," Luli said as he pounced over to tickle her. Tao Yuan was most ticklish. She was pressed down on the sofa by him, laughing so hard that she couldn't breathe. Hey, don't mess around. I hate you." "Luli, stop." In the living room, Luli pressed Tao Yuan down on his body and tickled her. She wriggled her body to dodge and laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. "Hey Luli. Don't be like this. Stop. Let go. Do you still dare to say that I am not a man in the future? You were never." "Say it again." Am I? He continued to tickle her. Tao Yuan was so ticklish that she had no choice but to admit it. Yes. Is that enough? People who were not afraid of ticklish would never be able to experience it. That kind of feeling was more torturous than any torture. Only then was the man satisfied. He stopped above her face and revealed a dazzling and naughty smile. "That's what you admitted yourself." Tao Yuan was panting heavily. The temperature between the two of them continued to rise, getting hotter and hotter. The circle formed between his arms was filled with a scorching aura that could ignite with just a touch. When Tao Yuan gradually calmed down, she realized that their faces were so close. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Her hair was messy and her face was flushed. She was really beautiful. She subconsciously swallowed her saliva. "You said that I'm your man." "You forced me. I'm most ticklish. You're winning with an unfair advantage." "I don't care. Anyway, you said that I'm your man." He repeated this sentence stubbornly like a satisfied child. There was a childish satisfaction between his brows. "You, move away. I want to get up. I like to press against you like this. It's comfortable. Your body is so soft, so fragrant." Tao Yuan was pressed against the sofa by him. His 2 arms were on both sides of her body. He was not really pressing her down, but she could not move. "You, get up. I want to take a bath." "What's the hurry? Let's take a bath together later." He imagined her beautiful skin soaking in the bathtub. That enchanting color. Luli's blood was boiling and he was getting more and more restless. "Luli, baby, you're so soft." Luli's breathing was getting heavier and his eyes were getting more and more passionate. One of his hands landed on her leg and slowly stroked it. He felt a layer of goosebumps on her delicate skin. "No." Tao Yuan pressed his hand down. She was so nervous that she could not breathe. Her heart was beating wildly. Don't resist me, be good? He gently pushed her hand away. Luli, don't, she moaned. Her voice was soft and sweet with a hint of reluctance. But she was not his opponent at all. Supporting her back with his hand, he forcefully pressed her against him. Both of them couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. And, Luli, I understand. Don't be nervous. Relax a little. He gently coaxed her. At this moment he was very careful. He was afraid that any movement would wake her up, and he was afraid that she would push him away. Baby, I love you. He leaned over and kissed the side of her neck. His lips trembled slightly. Tao Yuan closed her eyes and let him kiss her. She let his hand caress her smooth skin. Everything became so exciting. Ding! The sound of the microwave awakened Tao Yuan. A trace of reason made her resist fiercely and pull his shirt. Don't, let go of me, don't do this. Luli. Get up. Did she want him to die by asking him to stop at this moment? Ignoring her protest, Luli grabbed her wrist and buckled it on the sofa. He continued, get up. During the struggle, Tao Yuan's knee accidentally bumped into him. Luli groaned. Damn, do you want me to die without descendants? She hurriedly struggled out of his arms. Luli's face was red from the pain and his veins were popping out. Tao Yuan felt a little guilty, but she still said sarcastically, I told you to stop, but you refused to stop. This is your fate. Let's see if you still dare to do it. Luli kept his head down and gasped. Why did she feel that she did not kick him that hard? Tao Yuan was a little worried. Hey, are you okay? Don't pretend to be dead. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she rushed to help him. Do you want to go to the hospital? However, as soon as her hand touched him, he pulled her into his arms. The man's face was still red, but he looked like he was teasing her. What? Are you afraid that the happiness of the rest of your life will be ruined? How dare you lie to me? Bastard! Tao Yuan struggled on his legs. I shouldn't have trusted you. It really hurt, but I gritted my teeth and endured it. Luli couldn't help complaining. Woman, you are too ruthless. I really thought that I would die without descendants. Who asked you? I told you to let go of me. But you can't sneak up on me. Doesn't your happiness depend on it? Who said that? What does it have to do with me? I can't wait for you to be impotent. I will take it as getting rid of a pest for society. You are so ruthless. Luli bit her lips hard. But every time something goes wrong, if it happens a few more times, I will really be impotent. Won't you suffer then? Can't you satisfy me for once? I am not a prostitute that you bought. I have no obligation to satisfy you. Let go of me. I will sleep with you tonight, huh? Oh no, I will sleep with you tonight. The man smiled very innocently. His eyes were like a pure deer. Under the quilt, chatting? Not touching me? Yes. He nodded seriously, but Tao Yuan only rolled her eyes. Do I have the words I am a fool written on my face? This kind of lie is more likely to be used to deceive inexperienced young girls. Do you think I will fall for it? I will just sleep with you and not touch you. I will just hug you and not touch you. I will just stand at the door and not go in. I will just go in a little and not move. Isn't that right? How many innocent girls have you men tricked with this trick? Luli was amused by her. What are you afraid of? Anyway, you have already given your first time to me. What's the difference if you do it twice or thrice? So what you mean is that if I am not a virgin, I can't be clean and I have to be violated by stinky men like you. I'm not a stinky man. Smell it, I smell good. He leaned forward to let her smell it, but Tao Yuan pushed his face away. Hey, how can you be so indecent? She struggled out of his arms with great effort and stared at him speechlessly. I have no choice but to let you stay here, but it is only a guest room. Don't think about anything else. I am warning you for the last time. If you touch me like you did just now, I will kick you out. Luli did not take her warning seriously at all. He crossed his legs and raised his eyebrows lightly. If you could kick me out, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Woman, let me tell you, I will stick to you for the rest of my life. Don't try to get rid of me. Tao Yuan hid in the room and locked the door. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. The next morning, the two of them washed up and were about to go to work when they suddenly received a text from Lu Yenting asking them to go home first. On the way back, Tao Yuan asked, Do you know why Dad is looking for us? He must say it before work. It seems quite important. Why are you thinking so much? Won't you know when we get there? The two of them entered the Lu family. Lu Yenting sat on the sofa while Su Baiha and her mother sat beside him. Su Baihe's face was pale and she looked like she had lost her soul. For the first time she did not look at Tao Yuan with hatred. She felt that the matter was serious. Why did you come back together? We lived together, so of course we came back together. Lu Li put his arm around Tao Yuan's waist and answered naturally. Tao Yuan felt awkward and subconsciously wanted to put some distance between them. Lu Yenting nodded with satisfaction. You two have a good relationship recently? And very good. That's good. I have already said that Tao Yuan is a good girl. You will know how good she is when you interact with her. Lu Qingwan rolled her eyes. What good? You only know how to confuse men. You're so disgusting. You have no right to speak here. This is the Lu family. My surname is Lu. How can I not speak? Lu Qingwan said arrogantly. Mom, am I right? Su Baihe was stunned. Chapter 585. Tao Yuan looked at Su Baihe's dazed expression and guessed that Lu Yenting must have caused trouble with her. Su Baihe would definitely say that she was the one who sent the photos. At that time, although Tao Yuan sent the photos anonymously to Lu Yenting's phone, she did not intend to hide it. Since she did it, she would admit it. She felt that Lu Yenting had the right to know about his wife's betrayal. However, subconsciously she still did not want Lu Li to know about it. When Lu Yenting looked at her, she also met his gaze calmly. She was the one who did it. No matter what Lu Yenting thought, she was willing to take responsibility. Dad, you didn't call us back just to care about our relationship, did you? I want to introduce someone to you. Su Baihe's body trembled and her expression became even uglier. Who's so important that you called us back? That's right, Dad, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us, I still have to go to school. Lu Qingwan also urged. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant came in. Young Master Ouyang is here. Ouyang Shua walked in and Tao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Why was he here? Lu Qingwan asked first. Why are you here? You're not here to look for Tao Yuan, are you? What? Did my dad find out about your relationship and you're here to plead guilty? Qingwan, don't talk nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Their relationship is not clean. This is something that everyone in the hotel knows. I'm not talking nonsense. He's your brother? Lu Yenting's words shocked everyone. Lu Li's originally relaxed face tensed up. Obviously he knew what this meant. Meanwhile, Tao Yuan and Lu Qingwan found it hard to digest this sudden fact. Dad, what are you saying? How can he be my brother? I only have one brother. Could it be, he's your illegitimate child? Tao Yuan heard a buzzing sound beside her ears. She was completely stunned. Previously, she occasionally felt that Ouyang Shua and Lu Li were somewhat similar, but their temperaments were too different, so she thought it was just her imagination. Life was like a pot of dog's blood that was poured over her head. She was speechless. In Ouyang Shua's faintly smiling eyes, she saw herself in shock. Ouyang Shua must have known it a long time ago, and he had been looking forward to seeing her expression. No wonder he said that from today onwards, their relationship would become even more intimate. She couldn't get rid of him no matter what. So that was why. Dad, say something. You're joking, right? How could this person be my brother? I don't believe it. Lu Qingwan went crazy and stomped her feet. Do you think I would joke about something like that? I've already done a paternity test. He's my biological son, which means he's your biological brother. Impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lu Qingwan covered her ears and shook her head desperately. Mom, that's impossible, right? Hurry up and kick him out. Why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up. Su Baihe sneered in despair. Her face was old and she seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted. He's already brought him into the house. What else can I say? You also know about this? Why would you allow a bastard to enter our house? He's here to divide the assets. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up and kick him out. Lu Li didn't say a word from beginning to end. He was abnormally calm. Lu Yenting felt uneasy. Su Baihe's problem was solved. Lu Qingwan wasn't a problem either. He was most worried about his son. He didn't know what he would think when he suddenly had a brother. Even though Lu Li was his son, Lu Yenting was still quite afraid of him. Ali, I know this is very sudden. I didn't know before, but since Ashua is my son, he has the right to enter our Lu family. I hope you can understand. Lu Li's face was tense. After a while, his lips twitched and he chuckled. You've already brought him into the house. What else can I say? If I say I don't admit it, you'll kick him out? Lu Yenting didn't say anything. The seed is yours. You can't deny it. But in this family he's the only one who has anything to do with you. To us he's just a stranger. How can you say that? He's your brother. You both have the same blood flowing in you. Lu Li's face was full of mockery. You mean I have to drain all my blood to draw a line between us? Blood is thicker than water. After all, it's already like this. I can't change anything. In short, Lu Enterprises will be handed over to you two brothers. As for who will be the CEO, it depends on ability. Your brother just entered the company not long ago. I'll have to rely on you to teach him. Ouyang Shua called him brother, with a teasing tone. Lu Li found it ironic. He had always been in control of his life. This was the first time he was caught off guard. But he had a way to solve it. If I offended you before, please don't take it to heart. I was just joking with you. I still need your help in the future. When Ouyang Shua spoke, he glanced at Tao Yuan with evil intentions. She subconsciously clenched her fists. If you didn't understand what I said just now, I'll say it again. This family, you have something to do with this person. Lu Li pointed at Lu Yenting. The rest of us have nothing to do with you, so don't try to claim kinship here. I know it's hard for you to accept it at the moment, but illegitimate children are common in rich families. You'd better get over it. After all, whether you admit it or not, I already exist. Isn't it good to have more brothers? Besides, I'm not here to divide the family property. As long as I have a job and a roof over my head, I'm already very satisfied. Ouyang Shua said it in a measured way, but Lu Li wouldn't believe his nonsense. This man's ambition was written all over his face. He not only wanted to fight for the family property, but also wanted to snatch his woman. However, he was overestimating himself. Lu Enterprises was his and Tao Yuan was his. If he wanted to get his hands on her, he would never be soft-hearted because of the pitiful blood relationship between them. On the contrary, he would not be polite to an intruder. In the future, I'll be your brother at home. In the company, I'll be your subordinate. We'll get along peacefully, okay? Ouyang Shua reached out his hand. But Lu Li didn't even look at him. He left on his own. Ouyang Shua winked at Tao Yuan, like a naughty child who had succeeded in a prank. She frowned and chased after him. Lu Li, wait. Where are you going? Hotel. I'll go with you. No need. There was still a trace of gentleness in his indifference towards her. I want to be alone. Tao Yuan knew that this was a huge blow to him, but he kept it in his heart and never said it out. The more he did this, the more uncomfortable he felt. I'll stay by your side quietly. I won't talk. I'm fine. You can rest at home first. He touched her face and his smile was fleeting. Then he got into the car. Tao Yuan could only watch helplessly as he left. She felt terrible in her heart. When she turned around, she saw Ouyang Shua standing there calmly with his arms crossed, treating her as heir. But Ouyang Shua blocked her way. It's the first time we meet. Don't you want to give me a warm hug? Sister-in-law. He opened his arms and smiled very friendly. But in Tao Yuan's eyes, his behavior was very hateful. Ouyang Shua was a schemer from head to toe. She ignored him and wanted to go around, but Ouyang Shua refused to let her go. You're so annoying. Get out of my way. It's not good to talk to your brother-in-law in this tone when you first meet him. Dear sister-in-law. His tone was still frivolous and frivolous. Don't call me that. I'm not your sister-in-law. Lu Li didn't acknowledge you as his younger brother. You planned all of this. You're very proud of destroying other people's families, aren't you? Why? Do you feel sorry for them? Do you feel sorry for Lu Li or for this family? Don't you want a divorce? Why do you suddenly feel sorry for them? I don't feel sorry for anyone. I just hate your behavior. Also, the grudge between you and their family is your business. Don't drag me into it. I'm not interested in joining your war. War. Ouyang Shua smiled, looking very innocent. They are my dear family. I love them more than anything. Why would I deal with them? Aren't you thinking too much? Stop pretending to be innocent. Didn't you come back for revenge? Your father abandoned you and your mother. Don't you hate him at all? Do you dare to say that you're not here for revenge? Ouyang Shua was amused. People will become paranoid after watching too many melodramatic family dramas. This is not good. Can't you think on the bright side? I've been wandering outside for many years. Now I've finally found my family. It's a happy ending. I'm sorry. I can't think of anything beautiful when I look at you. I only see conspiracies. Then you must have a psychological problem. People should try to think on the bright side and live happily. No matter what, we'll be a family in the future. I hope we can live in harmony. He wanted to hug her again. Tao Yuan pushed his hand away. Stay away from me. She pushed him away and walked into the villa. Ouyang Shua had a thought-provoking smirk on his face. His eyes followed her closely. The game had just begun. Second young master, old master said that this will be your room from now on. The servant also felt weird about this new master who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But Ouyang Shua looked like a good and evil person. He was very polite to the servants and did not have the airs of a young master. She could not figure out what kind of person he was. Thank you, Nanny Li. Lu Qingwan walked over angrily and threw his suitcase down from the first floor. Bah! If the suitcase was not of good quality, it would have broken into pieces after falling from such a high building. Ouyang Shua looked at it indifferently and twitched the corner of his mouth. Is this your unique way of welcoming me? My dear sister. Don't call me that. I'm disgusted. This is not your home. You have no right to live here. Get out, get out. Are you deaf? This family does not welcome you. A bastard is a bastard. You don't deserve to stay in our family. Lu Qingwan cursed loudly and tried to push him away as if she had gone mad. However, Ouyang Shua grabbed her wrist and approached her with a sneer. You were not like this that night. When you took off your clothes in front of me, you were very gentle. Chapter 586. That night she was drunk and met Ouyang Shua at the bar. She wanted to mock him and Tao Yuan, but she was bewitched by his beauty, and took the initiative to sit on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. However, he pushed her away and even mocked her. That was why she hated him so much. Should I tell Dad how my cute little sister seduced his second brother? When Ouyang Shua suddenly mentioned that shameful matter, Lu Qingwan felt as though she had been slapped. She was embarrassed and her face was burning. Her face alternated between red and white. At that time, I didn't even know you were, so you can take the initiative to throw yourself at any man and sleep with them. Is that it? Shut up, I'm not as cheap as you say. But your performance is even more cheap than what I said. You're the daughter of a rich family. You really surprised me. You dare to say that I'm cheap? You and Tao Yuan are the most despicable of them all. You shameless ** cheese. No matter how she scolded him, Ouyang Shua treated her as a clown. But when she scolded Tao Yuan, he felt especially uncomfortable. He grabbed her hair and pulled her back. Lu Qingwan was forced to raise her head and grit her teeth in pain. She didn't expect him to suddenly hit her and was frightened. Let me go. You bastard. Let go, it hurts. Ouyang Shua's dangerous face closed in on her. Although he was smiling, it was cold and eerie, making her hair stand on end. Lu Qingwan was afraid. His gaze was so terrifying, it was as if he could bite her neck off at any moment. Looks like your mother didn't teach you well and spoiled you like a shrew. But do you know who you're shouting at? You know that I'm not a good person. The consequences of offending me. You can't bear it. So you'd better watch your mouth or else. Ouyang Shua sneered and let go of her. Lu Qingwan was so embarrassed that she wanted to slap him. Stop. Lu Yinting rebuked. You're messing around again. I didn't, he hit me first. Ouyang Shua shrugged, expressing his innocence. He's your second brother, you can't be disrespectful to him. I've said it 1,000 times, this bastard isn't my brother. No. I hate you. Lu Qingwan pushed Lu Yinting away and ran. Ouyang Shua gloated. Ouyang Shua's temper isn't good, Lu Yinting said. Lu Yinting knew that Ouyang Shua must have provoked Lu Qingwan on purpose, but he didn't say anything. Lu, you can stay in this room. You can see the lake from here and the scenery is good. Thank you, Chief Lu. Do you have to talk like that? Shua, for the past 20 years, I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. I've made you and your mother suffer. I'm trying my best to make it up to you. That's why I brought you into the Lu family even though I knew you didn't come with good intentions. I tried my best to make them accept you. Ouyang Shua was facing the window, facing the artificial lake, where a few gardeners were weeding. While the Lu family was enjoying such a luxurious life, he and his mother were living in the dirtiest and most dangerous places, struggling to survive just for 2 meals a day. They were more tired than dogs. Hee, how ironic. The most despicable blood flowed in his veins, but the members of the Lu family weren't much better. Even if they lived a glamorous life, it couldn't change the viciousness in their bones. He hated everyone in this family except for Tao Yuan. But she was a member of this family, so she couldn't escape. After all, she was married to Lu Li. However, I have to warn you first. If you dare to hurt anyone in the family, I will definitely chase you out. Remember this. Ouyang Shua chuckled like an elegant fox. It seemed that Lu Yinting was too sensitive. I came to you for the glory and wealth of the Liu family. Now that I have it, I can't wait to cherish it. How could I hurt the people here? For a poor person like me, what I want the most is money. You just need to give me money. The more he said that, the more uneasy Lu Yenting felt. He could feel that under this ordinary appearance of his son hid a twisted heart. It was dangerous to bring him into this family, but he didn't want to give up on him. He could only treat him well and try to save him. No matter what, I welcome you home and I hope you can cherish this family. Got it? I will definitely cherish it. Tao Yuan was worried about Lu Li. After dinner at the Liu family, she wanted to leave. Unfortunately, the Liu family's car had already left. She came in Lu Li's car. She didn't drive. Going out? Let me send you? Hearing that voice, Tao Yuan was disgusted. She pretended not to hear it and left quickly. The villa was built on a mountain and there were no taxis along the way. Tao Yuan walked with difficulty in her high heels. Seeing that the sky was dark and it was going to rain soon, she was very anxious. It took 10 minutes to drive up the mountain, and at least an hour to walk. Her heels were worn out and it hurt. Honk! A car horn sounded behind her and Tao Yuan quickly moved aside. Hi, sister-in-law, what a coincidence. Ouyang Shua stopped the car beside her. Do you want me to give you a ride? It's okay. Tao Yuan walked even faster. Every step she took felt like she was being cut by a knife. Ouyang Shua drove slowly behind her. It had only been a while, but she was swaying as she walked as if she could fall at any time. TSK, such thin high heels. Was she torturing herself? Tao Yuan gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Why wasn't he walking? Her feet were about to be crippled after walking with a car. Can you not follow me? Does this road belong to your family? I can't walk? It'll take at least an hour to walk down the mountain. Are you sure? It's none of your business. Why didn't you close it? It's the brother-in-law's responsibility to take care of sister-in-law, isn't it? You're obviously gloating. I'm not? Ouyang Shua shrugged and smiled very kindly. He rested one hand on the steering wheel lazily, looking like he was watching a show. I'm offering you help in a friendly way, but you rejected it. It's going to rain soon. Are you sure you want to continue walking? The rain came without warning and it was very cold on the mountain. The rainwater hit her body like ice beads, and it was getting heavier and heavier. There was no place to hide from the rain. She gritted her teeth and got into the car. A towel was placed on her head, and she hurriedly wiped it off. Look, you still have to get in the car in the end. Why do you have to suffer? Is it necessary to go against me? Do you think I want to get in your car? If it weren't for the heavy rain. Tao Yuan felt that there was no need to hurt her body to go against him. Wouldn't she be the one who would suffer and get sick? Otherwise she wouldn't get in the car. She pulled a long face and looked out of the window angrily. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Rumble, lightning pierced the sky and a storm came. The rain was so heavy that she couldn't even see the road clearly. It was one thing for her to refuse his help, but she couldn't help but secretly feel glad that he was there. Otherwise, a woman would lose her life walking on the mountain road in such a heavy rain. Where are we going? Oh, the love nest of you and Big Brother? He said Big Brother so smoothly, but it was full of sarcasm. The bad feeling in Tao Yuan's heart was getting stronger. Ouyang Shua always did everything with a plan, and it was impossible for him to appear for no reason. It was fine if it was just for the Liu family's money, but she felt that he was here for revenge. From the beginning, this man gave her the feeling that he was full of conspiracy. Why do you keep looking at me? Do you think that I'm better looking than my big brother? I want to know what you're planning. What can I be planning? You've been guarding against me like a wolf. Is that necessary? What can I do to you? He was especially evil when he said such words. Can't you leave the Liu family? Leave? What? Don't people like me deserve to enjoy the warmth of a family? But you're here for revenge. You hate Dad for abandoning you and your mother, and I guess you haven't lived well for the past 20 years. It could even be said that it was very miserable. A person's character was deeply influenced by their family. A child from a healthy family couldn't be full of energy like him. His mentality was a bit twisted. Ouyang Shua snorted. I said, don't watch too many melodramatic family dramas. You're deeply poisoned. Whether it's true or not, you know it clearly. Well, if it's as you say, then it is. Isn't it wrong? Can you forgive those who have hurt you before? Do you dare to say that you won't choose revenge, but blindly be kind? Tao Yuan was silent. She knew that she couldn't do it. Faced with the long-term bullying of Su Baiha and her mother, she couldn't choose to forgive them. Instead, she would crazily take revenge, not to mention that they had brought fatal trauma to her family since young. If she was Ouyang Shua, would she feel relieved? She couldn't even answer this question herself, so how could she persuade him? I just think that people will live more easily if they forget hatred. If it can be easily forgotten, then it's not true hatred, but hatred that is branded in the bones can't be forgotten. Rumble, there were a few more lightning bolts and it was annoying. The weather was stormy, and the whole world seemed to have reached the end of the world. It was hopeless. Lin Yuqing was dragged out by Lu Li to play tennis in the morning. They played from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. without a break. He was going crazy and he was so tired that he almost collapsed on the court. But Lu Li seemed to be on steroids. He didn't know fatigue and kept on serving like crazy. The storm came without warning. Brother, it's raining. Stop playing, let's go back. Lin Yuqing was drenched like a dog. Brother, stop playing. But Lu Li was still serving like a masochist. Lin Yuqing knew that he was in a bad mood, so he could only play along. But after holding on for half an hour, he really couldn't take it anymore. Let's go. He went to pull him. If there's anything, let's find a place to sit down and talk. You're useless. Go away. Lu Li pushed him away. Lin Yuqing was out of strength and was pushed to the ground. How can a person like you be so ungrateful? Forget it, I don't care. He got up and walked a few steps before falling back down. He hated himself for not being ruthless enough to leave his brother alone. What's the matter? Say something. Don't worry about me. Lu Li just kept on serving. Is there any use in hurting yourself like this? Stop fooling around. Lin Yuqing snatched his racket, and Lu Li punched him angrily. Rumble, lightning tore the sky and the whole world was as bright as day. His face was so pale that it was almost hideous. Chapter 587. Lin Yuqing was shocked. They had been brothers for so many years, but it was the first time he saw his face so scary. If that punch had hit him, he would have lost his life. It took him a lot of effort to drag Lu Li back to the hotel. Both of them were dripping wet. Lu Li sat on the ground. Take a shower or you'll catch a cold. Hey, did you hear me? Lin Yuqing was shivering from the cold. Seeing that he was not moving, he turned on the heater. I'll take a shower first and then I'll switch with you. He rushed into the bathroom and took a hot shower. Finally, he felt better. Brother, it feels so good after the shower. Let's talk about it later. Hey, where is he? There was a puddle of water on the ground, but he was gone. Lin Yuqing was not very worried. Lu Li was a man with a sense of propriety. No matter what trouble he encountered, he could solve it himself. Besides, if he couldn't solve the problem, he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't know what else he could do other than accompany him to vent his anger. After all, he was a man with good stamina. Lin Yuqing was full of energy after resting for 2 hours. Hungry, he went to the restaurant to look for food. After playing tennis for a few hours, he was really hungry. He didn't care that there were so many women watching him. He wolfed down the food and ate enough for several people. After eating and drinking, the man began to look around the room, back and forth between the beauties. Well, he liked the big girls, but unfortunately, the musician playing the piano was also quite pure, but the shape of her legs was not good. What a failure. A blonde with blue eyes was not bad, but unfortunately she was not 1.68 meters tall. No way. Lin Yuqing was very picky when it came to female companions. He couldn't find a suitable one no matter how hard he looked. A beautiful girl walked in from the door. She was radiant and attracted the attention of all the men in the room. She was 1.72 meters tall and her wide-legged pants couldn't hide her slender legs. Her clothes were very tasteful. Every part of her was to his taste. But why was it Pan Chi, that tomboy? She should be the only woman in the world who exceeded his taste, but he would never touch her. She saw him walk towards the seat by the window, and a handsome man stood up to help her pull out the seat. Wasn't that man Shin, the one who used to hang out at nightclubs with him last year and was even crazier than him when it came to playing with women? Lin Yuqing narrowed his eyes. A good show was about to begin. At around 7 o'clock, Pan Chi received a call from her father, who asked her to meet him at the hotel. It was raining. She didn't want to come, but he said he had something important to do, so she had to dress up for the appointment. However, she didn't see her father. Instead, she saw another man. It's you? Miss Pan. Shin hurriedly stood up. Where's my dad? Your father said he had something to do, so he left first. Pan Chi was not stupid. She immediately knew that it was a blind date, arranged by her father. She had met this Chen Chen when she accompanied her father to the company's anniversary dinner. She had a good impression of him and his family background was similar to hers, but she did not feel anything for him. "Miss Pan, please have a seat." Pan Chi thought that since they were already here, it wouldn't be good to reject them, so she nodded. Chen Chen pulled out the chair for her. Smelling the perfume on her body, he was tempted. He had fallen in love with Pan Chi at first sight, and when he saw her again he was even more infatuated. He had played around with many women in the past. Now that he had reached the age of marriage, his family had arranged a few rich ladies for him. However, he always felt that those women were too pretentious, and he was not interested in them. Pan Chi was different. She was like a bright red rose, full of wildness, and every frown and smile made him dizzy. He felt that if he did not marry her, he would have lived his life in vain. Pan Chi had seen too many men's infatuated gazes, and she was numb to it as time went by. She knew that in the eyes of men she was like a delicious prey, and they all wanted to pounce on her and swallow her whole. "Do you work at your father's company?" "No, I don't work." "Oh, then you must have your own business." Pan Chi shook her head and said frankly, "No, I'm just a second-generation rich kid waiting to die. I live off my parents." "You're so direct." "I should have been honest. My family is rich, so why should I live so hard?" "That's true, then you should also choose a partner who has a similar family background." "That's right, I never planned to marry a Phoenix man." Pan Chi had always been straightforward with her words. It was her luck to have been born into a good family, so why not enjoy a rich life? Maybe she would be poor in her next life, so of course she should cherish the present. "Then, do you have a suitable partner?" Chin Chin waited for her answer anxiously. Her father had said that he did not have a boyfriend at the moment, but if a woman was willing to give you a chance she would say no. If she was not interested in you she would say yes, or she would say that she did not want to be in a relationship at the moment. Of course, even if she rejected him, Chin Chin would not give up. He just wanted to understand her attitude towards him. Pan Chi understood what Chin Chin meant, and did not intend to give him a chance. However, before she could open her mouth to reject him, a hand was placed on Chin Chen's shoulder. Hey, what a coincidence. Who else could it be other than that annoying Lin Yuqing who was smiling mischievously and thought that he was suave and charming? Pan Chi thought to herself, what the F***ck, I actually met him here, I forgot to look at the almanac when I went out today. Young Master Lin. Chin Chin was about to stand up, but Lin Yuqing pushed him back down and sat beside him. Chin Chin was a little confused. Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a few months. You still haven't changed, is this your new girlfriend or bedmate? Lin Yuqing looked at Pan Chi. Pan Chi really wanted to kick him under the table. Was she the kind of woman who would sell her body for money? My friend. Oh, friend, then you haven't gotten her yet? Are you not charming anymore? When we went to the bar in the past, when didn't you hug them on both sides? Remember that time you found more than 10 women at once? How many did you sleep with in the end? Or all of them? Chin Chin broke out in cold sweat. Young Master Lu, you really know how to joke. I'm not joking, have you forgotten? We even had our eyes on the same woman, you said you wanted to play with her, so I gave her to you. I don't have such a hardcore taste. This Lin Yuqing was obviously here to cause trouble. Pan Chi was angry. But what made her even angrier was Chin Chen's guilty look. You really don't know a person for a long time. She didn't know that he was actually like this, exactly like Lin Yuqing. Young Master Lin. Chin Chin was about to cry, but he didn't dare to offend him. I was young and ignorant in the past. What past? It was clearly last year. I heard that this year you've been playing around quite crazily and even made a model pregnant, is that true? I almost forgot that there's someone here, but you won't mind, right? Lin Yuqing squinted his peach blossom eyes, smiling especially naughtily at Pan Chi. Chin Chin couldn't stay any longer, so he found an excuse and slipped away. Only Lin Yuqing and Pan Chi were left sitting opposite each other. The man had a naughty smile on his face. Seeing how arrogant you usually are, I can't believe that you're reduced to a blind date. But then again, those who don't know the truth will see that you're a beauty. Once they understand you're a nun, which man would dare to want you? Didn't they all run away? You're the one who doesn't want you. You're here on a blind date because someone wants you? Pan Chi couldn't be bothered to explain to him that she was also tricked. What has it got to do with you? You have so many things to worry about, why don't you be the director of the Women's Federation? Look at you, your mouth is so poisonous, no wonder there aren't any men. Isn't it because you men are all cheap? You're all a bunch of snakes and rats. Your taste in men isn't good, what has it got to do with me? Lin Yuqing spread his hands to show his innocence. I'm a good young man. Come on, don't you fool around with women every day? You're even more disgusting than Chin Chin. I don't fool around with just any woman, I have my principles. For example, someone like you, I wouldn't even fool around with you. Can you afford to fool around with me? Pan Chi glared at him, looking especially wild. A toad lusting for swan meat. Won't you be happier if I meet a scumbag? Why are you being a busybody? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me? Lin Yuqing burst out laughing. Fall in love with you? Is there something wrong with my eyes or my brain? Aren't you too narcissistic? Originally, I wanted to see you jump into a wolf's den, but you offended me last time and I'm still angry, so it's not a bad idea to cause trouble for you. I don't fancy that kind of person at all. I don't need you to be a busybody. You still came on a blind date if you don't fancy me? Don't try to be brave, Abbas Miju, like you can only be matched with scumbags. Why would a good man like you? Pan Chi clenched her teeth. Slut. Actually, I don't understand, why do you have to treat me as an enemy? Are you gay and jealous of my invincible charm? Or is it because love turned into hate, you've always been secretly in love with me? If you have a crush on me, just say it out. Although I'll definitely reject you, you'll feel bad holding it in. Crush your head. Then why? What's wrong with me dating a girl? Is there a need to make life difficult for me? Are you a moralist? How many good girls have you harmed? Can you count them yourself? Just in junior high, how many girls in the class were killed by you? Her indignant look made Lin Yuqing want to laugh. He couldn't help but wonder if he had killed her whole family. How can you say that? I didn't hold a knife to their necks to force them, it's all consensual. Why are you saying that I'm a human trafficker? At that time I was just a pure teenager, okay? Pure teenager? Which pure teenager would do that to his senior sisters and junior sisters, and even his teacher? Don't insult the word pure. Fine, even if I had a lot of peach blossoms at that time, but what does that have to do with you, Pan Chi? Lin Yuqing's indifferent attitude made Pan Chi feel fear. How could there be such a heartless person in this world? He used to be a little devil and now he's a devil, a cruelty that came from his bones. How can it have nothing to do with you? At that time, my best friend was pregnant with your child, you didn't even care, it was me who accompanied her to a small clinic to induce labor. Pan Chi still couldn't forget the dirty walls of that clinic, the thick smell of blood in the air, the atmosphere of despair, the girl's pale appearance and the doctor's cold face. Chapter 588. Who are you talking about? Zhangjia. Lin Yuqing thought about it seriously and then said nonchalantly. Oh, it seems like there is such a thing. But we were still in junior high school at that time. What do you want me to do? Take responsibility for her? Become a parent in her teens? Do you think that's good for her? If you don't want to take responsibility, then you shouldn't have let her get pregnant. You shouldn't have let her suffer like that when she was a teenager. Get this straight. At that time I did safety measures. It was her who was crazy enough to tamper with the condom. Lin Yuqing pointed to his temple. There's something wrong with your friend's brain. It has nothing to do with me. Pan Chi was trembling. Nothing to do with you? Whose child is the one in her belly? Who did she suffer for? You actually said it has nothing to do with you? Do you still have any humanity? Whatever you say. Anyway, she did it herself. No matter what she suffered, she asked for it. Pan Chi grabbed the cup and threw it at his face. Splash! The cup of coffee splashed on Lin Yuqing's face. Splash, 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 the coffee flowed down. He jumped up. Are you crazy? Back then Jia gave herself to you. That was the biggest mistake she made in her life. For a thing like you, dying 10,000 times is not enough to atone for it. You will definitely get what you deserve. Although Lin Yuqing usually had a cheeky smile on his face, having a cup of coffee splashed in front of so many people, his face must be very embarrassed and exasperated. What? Do you still want to hit me? Try and touch a finger of mine. Pan Chi held her head high, fearless. Don't think that I don't dare to hit a woman. His fingers clenched very tightly. Of course you dare. Who said you don't dare? A scum like you, what can't you do? Pan Chi sneered. Her smile was like a knife that pierced people. I'm waiting to see you go to hell. You, this crazy woman, Lin Yuqing grabbed her arm and pulled her back. What are you doing? Let go of me. I told you to let go, did you hear me? Pan Chi struggled fiercely and couldn't control herself for a moment. The first thought in Lin Yuqing's mind was to kiss her lips. He just wanted to stop her, but he didn't expect her taste to be so sweet. Pan Chi was stunned for a moment before she started to thrash about like crazy. What? Let go? Oh. He held her face in his hands and twisted her violently. Her arms flailed helplessly in the air. She was so disgusted that she wanted to die. Her face hurt under his control. Ugh, let go. Pan Chi angrily pushed his tongue out, but Lin Yuqing couldn't stop, so she bit down. The thick taste of blood spread between their lips, making her nauseous, but he couldn't stop. He bit down on her lips like a pervert and refused to let go. Wu, the guests at the scene were dumbfounded. Their faces were flushed red. The kiss was so intense. Lin Yuqing let go of her after kissing her enough. Pan Chi's face was red, her lips were red and swollen from the kiss, and she was panting. Her lips were bitten and strangely scarlet red. Lin Yuqing licked his lips devilishly. You are a bit annoying, but the taste is not bad. You shameless person. Pan Chi wanted to slap him, but he caught her again. You hit people for no reason. This habit needs to be changed. To people like you, one slap is not enough. She was going crazy with anger. People like you should die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. You, shoo, this mouth of yours is more suitable for kissing. Save the scolding. No matter how powerful you are, didn't you subdue me just now? If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a kiss. Lin Yuqing smiled proudly. He liked to spoil and be gentle to women, but it didn't mean that he would indulge them without a bottom line, especially for a woman like Pan Chi who didn't know what was good for her and had serious violent tendencies. He had to use a man's way to subdue her. The whole city was shrouded in a storm. When Tao Yuan returned home, the living room was dark. She could only vaguely see a figure on the balcony. She turned on the light and walked over. Luli sat on the balcony and smoked. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts. This was the first time she had seen his lonely back, and she felt a little upset. I'm back. He didn't turn his head. Smoking too much is not good for your lungs. I bought some roses last week. Do you want me to make you a cup of tea? The cigarette was about to burn his fingers when he slowly turned his head. Is this the special comfort of the sympathy period? If you want to comfort me, but there are other ways, have you heard of it? Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. You can still be a rascal. It seems that you're fine. What can happen to me? She walked over, took the cigarette from his hand, pinched it tightly in the ashtray, and poured all the cigarette butts into the trash can. I hate smoking secondhand. He shrugged and took a sip of red wine. Where did you go during the day? You didn't answer your phone. I didn't go anywhere. He looked at the night view. Are you okay? I'm really not in a good mood after suddenly having a younger brother. But don't underestimate your man. I'm just a little depressed for a while. I'll be fine after a while. Tao Yuan admired his carefreeness. Anyway, she couldn't do it. No matter what, it's a matter of the previous generation. Whether you mind it or not, the problem is there. It's useless to think too much. However, Ouyang Shua gives me a feeling that he's not here with good intentions. You'd better be careful. Lu Li narrowed his eyes and didn't take it seriously. Do you think I'll lose to him? Well, it's hard to say. In terms of sinister means, I don't think you're his opponent. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. You'd better be careful. I didn't know that you care so much about me. I thought you wanted someone to deal with me. Who cares about you? It's just that you're not willing to divorce now. We're still in the same boat. If you capsize, who am I going to ask for compensation? She refused to admit it, but her actions had explained everything. Lu Li felt warm in his heart. Actually, it's not entirely a bad thing. Although there's one more troublesome person, at least I know how much you care about me. At the critical moment, your heart is still with me. His tone was very firm. Tao Yuan couldn't refute it for a moment. You can continue to think that way. Good night. You're leaving just like that? Since you care about me, shouldn't you do your best to comfort me? Lu Li rubbed his heart. I need comfort. If you're in a bad mood, solve it yourself. He sighed. It's such a sad thing for a man with a wife to solve it with his own hands. I don't think I've fallen to that point. I can still count on you. I can't bear such a big responsibility. If you rely on me, you'll get sick. Since you're so worried about me, why don't you help me solve it? I feel like I'm about to get sick. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes. No matter what, he couldn't stop talking about sex. It made her quite speechless. You should wash up and sleep. She knew that there must be something in his heart, but this kind of thing could only be resolved by himself. No one else could help him. Even she could only laugh with him and let him temporarily forget about his troubles. But she believed that this man could overcome everything. After all, he was the insufferably arrogant Lu Li. At the regular meeting the next day, the meeting room was filled with hundreds of people. All the important shareholders were present. Lu Yenting walked into the meeting room, followed by Ouyang Shura. He was wearing a formal suit and looked much more mature. However, he still couldn't hide the evil aura between his brows. As soon as he entered, he winked at Tao Yuan. She pretended not to see it and looked elsewhere. Lu Li sat in the middle on the left while Ouyang Shua sat on the right. The two of them sat on the right of Lu Yenting. "You didn't go home yesterday," Lu Yenting said softly. "I don't go home often." Lu Li didn't mind. He was still as noble as an emperor and his aura far surpassed Lu Yenting's. Cold and arrogant. "Are you all right? What's wrong with me?" he asked in amusement. That smile was quite piercing. Lu Yenting didn't know what to say. At the beginning of the meeting, Lu Yenting announced an important piece of news. "I've already transferred 30% of my shares to Ouyang Shua. From today onwards, he will officially be the vice president of the company." There was an uproar and everyone looked at Lu Li. Tao Yuan also looked at him. There was no other expression on his face. His deep eyes made it impossible to see through his emotions. Some people started to whisper. They didn't understand how this small fry, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a department director just yesterday, suddenly became the vice president. Being promoted to vice president was because of his ability. But 30% of the shares. What a joke. It was worth hundreds of billions. It was impossible to transfer it to someone who had nothing to do with them. That meant that Ouyang Shua was very likely Lu Yenting's illegitimate child. If that was the case, it wouldn't be surprising. Illegitimate children from rich families were common. Lu Yenting didn't reveal it for the time being. Maybe he wanted to wait for Ouyang Shua to make some achievements before announcing it to the world. Anyway, everyone already knew about the illegitimate child. It was just that they didn't make it clear. In a short 5-minute inaugural speech, Ouyang Shua used his elegant yet serious speech to quickly make everyone look at him in a new light. This second young master who had been frozen for many years was not without some skills. Compared to his big brother, the emperor of the CEO, he didn't seem to be inferior at all. At the end, Ouyang Shua stretched out his right hand elegantly. "President, I wish us a happy cooperation in the future." Lu Li also shook hands with him graciously. Two hands held together. One had a cold expression while the other had a smile on his face. Undercurrents were surging. Everyone could foresee that under this harmonious appearance, there would be a bloody battle. After the meeting, Tao Yuan returned to her office. She didn't expect Lu Yenting to arrive so quickly. She asked Lin Wei to make a cup of Tai Guanyin. "Dad, why are you here?" "It's rare for me to come to the company, so I came to see you. How's work going?" "Yes, it's going well." Tao Yuan sat on the sofa opposite him. Lu Yenting drank his tea in silence, his brows furrowed. Tao Yuan didn't take the initiative to speak. After a long time he finally spoke. "Did Ali stay over at your place last night?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He must hate me. He's an adult. Some things may be uncomfortable at first, but he'll get over it after some time." Chapter 589. He won't. As long as Shua is in the Lu family, he won't be relieved. They have completely different personalities. I don't think they can get along well in this life. After all, they don't have the same mother. They can't be like real brothers. Tao Yuan wanted to comfort him, but she didn't want to lie to him, so she chose to remain silent. "By the way, you should move back. I've allowed you to live outside for the past few years, but you can't live like this for a long time. It has to be like a home. It's too far from the company. It's not convenient to commute. There's a driver. What's inconvenient about that? It's just an excuse. What are you still worried about? If you and Ali didn't have a good relationship before, then forget it. Now that you're living together, isn't it better to move back?" Lu Yanting hoped that when Tao Yuan moved back, Lu Li would also come back. If the two brothers got to know each other more, their relationship might be better. It was not a big hope, but at least they had to try. "Lu Li and we don't live together. Aren't you living together now?" Tao Yuan couldn't say that her son was shameless enough to stay in her house. This question was really hard to explain. "Anyway, our relationship is not what you think. He sometimes stays at my place, but we sleep in separate rooms." "Separate rooms?" Lu Yanting frowned. He was still happy that the two were almost like a normal married couple. "No matter what, we're living together and the marriage has to continue. Since Ali wants to reconcile with you, you should give him a chance." Lu Yanting came to persuade Tao Yuan, so she couldn't say that she wanted a divorce. At least, she didn't want to cause more trouble for Lu Yanting when the family was in such a mess. Well, let's talk about it later, but I really don't want to go home. Dad, please don't force me. Since she said so, would Lu Yanting really force her with a knife on her neck? Tao Yuan was a docile and kind girl, but she also had her stubbornness in her bones. Once she made up her mind, even he, as her father-in-law, couldn't change it. He shook his head. Well, Ali hates me now anyway, so it's useless for me to do anything. He doesn't want me to meddle in his business. It's not like that, Dad. I know you love Ali very much, and Ali also loves you very much. You father and son are just not good at expressing it. He understands how much you care for him. Lu Yanting smiled bitterly and got up. Then I won't disturb your work. Will you come back for dinner tonight? All right. It had been raining for 2 days in a row, which made people feel terrible. Tao Yuan went back to the Lu family after work. There was only Ouyang Shua at dinner. Hi, sister-in-law? He was dressed in casual clothes, and his frivolous aura was even more obvious. Tao Yuan ignored her and asked the servant. Where are the others? Old master has something on and said that he won't be coming back for dinner. Madam and second miss have already moved to the villa on Phoenix Mountain. So, it was just the two of them? Tao Yuan lost her appetite the moment she saw Ouyang Shura. I'm not hungry, I'll go up first. She was about to leave, but it suddenly rained heavily again. The big trees were swaying in the storm and lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was very frightening. Tao Yuan had to stay and wait for the rain to stop. She didn't expect to fall asleep while waiting. When she woke up, it was 3 in the morning and the storm showed no signs of stopping. Boom boom, it was so noisy. Tao Yuan found that she was hungry after taking a shower, so she went downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat. There was some bread in the fridge and she was so hungry that she took big bites. Boom! After a loud noise, the whole kitchen was plunged into darkness and so was the outside. Was there a power outage? The swaying shadows of the trees swayed on the window like ghosts, which reminded people of the terrifying claws of the devil. Tao Yuan had a weakness, which was that she was afraid of the dark, especially on a stormy night like this. She was scared to death. She didn't care about anything and ran out. She accidentally tripped over a chair and sprained her ankle. She lost her balance and fell forward, crashing into a wall of people. At this time, a flash of lightning cut through the night, and the whole kitchen was as bright as day. The man's evil face was as pale as the devil's. Ghost? Tao Yuan screamed in fear. It's me. She trembled and opened one of her eyes. Ouyang Shua was standing in front of her. His face was very thin and in the flickering light, he was scarier than a ghost. She pushed him away and wanted to run, but she fell to the ground and gritted her teeth in pain. Hey, why are you running? Ouyang Shua chuckled and picked her up. Let me go, let me go. Her legs kicked in the air in vain. Let me go. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. In the end, she was carried into the room by Ouyang Shua. Let me go, do you hear me? Ouyang Shua, you, go on, scream louder. If you wake everyone up, I won't be able to explain for you. You? Tao Yuan gritted her teeth. She couldn't see his face in the dark. She could only feel his throat above her. That husky and magnetic voice came from the trembling of his Adam's apple. It was eerie. She was thrown onto the bed and her butt hurt. Hey you, didn't you tell me to let go? Why are you there in the middle of the night? I should be the one asking you. I was sleeping when I heard some movements downstairs. I was wondering which thief is so professional to come out to steal things in this weather. He laughed deeply. A blurry shadow swayed in front of her. You're the thief. So what are you doing in the kitchen? What does it have to do with you? Could it be that you're hungry and want to steal something to eat? Can't you just have a good dinner? I don't have an appetite when facing you. I didn't expect that I have such a big influence on you. Ouyang Shura walked to the bedside table, took a box and reached out to grab her leg. What are you doing? She was so sensitive that she shrank back anxiously. Didn't you sprain your ankle just now? He even knew that? Don't move. I'm not taking advantage of you. Why are you so anxious? But Tao Yuan was still very embarrassed. Especially now that it was dark everywhere, she became even more sensitive. A woman's leg should not be touched by others. It was also a very private place. I told you not to move. Do you really want me to press you down? His words were very evil. He unscrewed the cap and the air was filled with the faint smell of medicinal wine. How did you know where my medicinal wine is? I saw it by accident when I came to visit your room. It's very rude to barge into someone's room without permission. Have you forgotten? This is also my home now. Every room is mine. Ouyang Shua pulled her leg straight and placed it on his thigh. Don't move. Why won't you behave yourself? Tao Yuan thought, how could she not struggle in such a situation? Now there were only the two of them in the house except for the servants. It was so scary in the dark. What if someone saw them and misunderstood? She didn't even dare to think about it. I don't want your help. Can you get out? She supported herself with one hand and pushed him with the other. Get out, get out. He pinched her ankle. Is it here? I said I don't want you to care. Can't you understand human language? Tao Yuan was now like an ant on a hot pan. She was so anxious that her whole body was boiling. Go. Hey Ouyang Shurayu. As soon as he rubbed, she immediately groaned in pain and grimaced in pain. Don't do this. What if someone sees you? Everyone is asleep. As long as you don't shout and wake them up, no one will find out. Besides, I'm not doing anything shameful to you. Don't make a noise as if I'm forcing you, okay? It's not good for a woman to be too sensitive. He rubbed her ankle hard. Tao Yuan almost burst into tears. But when his fingertips rubbed her, it felt as if there were 10 million ants biting her. It was so itchy. Does it hurt a lot? Do you want me to be gentle? His tone didn't sound like he was applying medicine, but more like, she knew he was doing it on purpose. But she was in so much pain that she didn't have the strength to scold him. Finally the pain was over. Ouyang Shua put her foot down and put the medicine bottle back on the table. It hurts a little, but it will get better quickly. Bear with it. He pinched her face and Tao Yuan immediately slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. Oh, I touched you just like that? What about this? He suddenly leaned on her and put his hands on both sides of her body. Pa! He trapped her in his arms. The strong masculine scent kept drilling into the tip of her nose. Tao Yuan instinctively shrank back. What are you doing? Being trapped by him, she couldn't stop trembling. Even her voice was trembling. Go away. You seem to hate me? He chuckled with a Cockney accent. It was very moving. I don't know what I've done wrong. How did I offend you? You're making me hate you now. What about me? The more he spoke, the more he leaned against her face. His breath sprayed on her ear. I'm your sister-in-law. Do you think this is proper? Sister-in-law? Now you know you're my sister-in-law? Didn't you refuse to admit it before? His hot breath seemed to have a magical power. It kept seeping into Tao Yuan's body, making her tremble uncontrollably. Her body was numb and even her heart was numb. She was going crazy. If he teased her like this again, she was afraid she would collapse. Go away. I remember that there were a few times when we got along very well. But after that you kept avoiding me. Is it because of Luli? Because you feel sorry for him, you hate me and think that I'm a sinner. Is that right? Ouyang Shua asked with a smile. But he realized that his heart actually felt a little uncomfortable and a little jealous. This was probably what made him depressed during this period of time. He really minded that she hated him because of Luli. The two of them were too close and Tao Yuan was too nervous. She couldn't hear Ouyang Shua's words at all. It was very vague and she couldn't stop trembling. Go away, okay. She reached out to push him, but he grabbed both her wrists. She was furious, but she didn't dare to ask for help. Let go of me. If you do this again, I'm going to call for help. Go ahead. But I think you probably don't want others to see this scene, right? My dear sister-in-law. He half knelt on the bed with one leg. His thin lips were close to her ear as he smiled gently. Chapter 590. Ouyang Shua. She bit her lip and stared at him. A flash of lightning lit up their faces. Her eyes were already glistening with tears and she was trembling, but she looked strangely mesmerizing. Ouyang Shua's already restless heart became even more restless at this moment. He had always wanted this woman. From the moment she appeared, from the moment she struggled in his arms in the hotel, from the moment he tasted her sweetness, she had already become his poison. He had long desired everything about her. On this night of lightning and thunder, the impulse that had been suppressed in Ouyang Shua's body for a long time burst out. The more she struggled, the more he wanted to control her. It was fine that Luli took the warmth of his family, but how could he take this woman as well? This was not fair. She should be his. He did not mind taking her body first and then taking her heart. The impulse made Ouyang Shua tremble. Why are you hiding from me? How am I worse than Luli? Do you still remember the night of the company's anniversary? You cried alone in the venue. Have you forgotten how much he hurt you? Now that he waved his hand, you want to go back? Do you still have any self-respect? As he spoke, he pressed down on her body until her entire body was pressed down on the bed. Her face was flushed red to her ears. Let go of me, let go. You can forget that kind of hatred, but hate me? What? Do you still love him? Is he worth it? Is he worthy? That's between us. He pinched her chin and held her face. She could not escape and her breathing was messed up. It hurts, let go. He hasn't fulfilled his responsibility as a good husband these years, has he? Then let me, the younger brother, fulfill his responsibility. How about that? Tao Yuan panicked. He was not just saying that. Are you crazy? This is the Lu family. Stop it right now. She was shouting at him, but her voice was already sobbing. Stop. The Lu family is more exciting, isn't it? Ouyang Shua said and kissed her lips. The lights in the room suddenly lit up, stinging their eyes. Taking advantage of his absent-mindedness, Tao Yuan hurriedly escaped from his arms. She saw the servant, Nanny Li, standing there dumbfounded, while Ouyang Shua didn't seem to mind, still maintaining a faint smile. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Tao Yuan sat at the dining table, looking haggard and anxious. Didn't you sleep well last night? Lu Yinting asked. Her body trembled and she was so flustered that she didn't know how to answer. That. Ouyang Shua walked over. He was wearing a white shirt, looking refreshed and energetic. He smirked at Tao Yuan. Morning, sister-in-law. Tao Yuan suddenly felt as if she had swallowed a fly. She was extremely disgusted. Ouyang Shua must be used to being shameless. Did he forget what happened last night? But she remembered it clearly. She wanted to cut his face with a knife. Nanny Li brought the bowls and chopsticks over. Tao Yuan quickly lowered her head, feeling guilty. She felt that Nanny Li was looking at her with suspicion and disdain. But she didn't explain anything to her last night. She wanted to explain later, but she felt that it would only make things worse. She didn't know what to say. Some things, the more you explain, the more you cover up. But if she didn't explain, she would feel uneasy. She was also in a dilemma. Madam, 3rd Mississippi, Su Baiha and Lu Qingwan walked in arrogantly. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. Lu Yinting already knew about the theft. Su Baiha was sure that Tao Yuan wouldn't dare to tell others, so she became arrogant again and was determined to take revenge. He glanced at Tao Yuan with a cold and resentful gaze and snorted coldly. Why are you back? Can't we go back to this house? Su Baiha sat down and said sarcastically. Now that the two people you like the most are at home, we've become unnecessary and an eyesore to you. You can't wait for us to never come back, right? What are you talking about? You moved out without saying a word. You don't even treat this house as your home. You've gone too far. Anyway, you don't treat us as your mother and daughter, do you? Besides, do you think I want to come back? Although you don't care about us, I'm still the mistress of this house. I can't watch as a scandal happens. Tao Yuan's body tensed up. What scandal? What are you talking about? Stealing with your brother-in-law at home, does that count? Lu Yinting looked at the two of them. Tao Yuan's face was pale, while Ouyang Shua was drinking his coffee calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Nanny Li, tell me what you saw last night. Madam, Nanny Li was trembling. With me around, no one dares to do anything to you. Say it. Yes, madam. It was raining heavily last night. When I woke up, I realized that there was no electricity, so I asked Alin to take a look. In the end, when the lights came on, I saw what? Nanny Li lowered her head. I saw second young master pressing young madam on the bed, in young madam's bedroom. Lu Yinting was furious. What did you say? Nanny Li, you can't speak nonsense. Did you see it clearly? I saw it very clearly. It was second young master and young madam. Did you hear it clearly? Su Baiha looked at Lu Yinting and smiled. You're at home and they dare to act so recklessly. Isn't this a huge scandal? She couldn't help but mock. Tiske, you trusted them so much, but they treated you like a fool. How pitiful. Nanny Li was Su Baiha's subordinate, so Lu Yinting didn't completely believe her words. He asked Tao Yuan instead. What's going on? Under the table, she was nervously twisting her fingers. Even though she was forced to do it, Nanny Li didn't malign her. It was all Ouyang Shua's fault. But as the culprit, he was actually drinking his coffee leisurely as if nothing had happened. How infuriating. She composed herself and explained. I didn't have dinner last night. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I was hungry, so I went to the kitchen to look for food. I didn't expect the electricity to suddenly go out and he was there. I sprained my ankle so he sent me back to my room to apply medicine. Then how did he send you back to your room? Did he carry you or piggyback you? Lu Qingwan asked in a strange tone. How could you come up with such a lie? It's a waste that you're not a scriptwriter. I'm not lying. You went to the kitchen and he was there too. How could there be such a coincidence? Did you guys make an appointment? Tao Yuan, do you think we're all fools? Lu Qingwan sneered. You don't have any other abilities but you're good at quibbling. You can even make the dead come alive. Fine, even if it's a coincidence, why did he press you under him? Did Nanny Li wrongly accuse you? Tao Yuan clenched her teeth and was speechless. See, you have nothing to say now, right? You can't even make up a story and you're still saying that there's nothing going on between you two? Lu Qingwan said to Lu Yenting proudly as she had something on him. Dad, I've already reminded you that they're hooking up, but you didn't believe me. Now that they're having an affair at home, do you still want to protect her? Seeing how Tao Yuan couldn't explain herself, Lu Yanting knew that there must be more to the matter. But he believed that it wasn't Tao Yuan's fault, but Ouyang Shuo. He would do anything to take revenge on this family and he would first target Tao Yuan. Su Baihe pressed. You said there's no evidence before, but now that the evidence is conclusive, they can't deny it. You can't just let it go like this. Lu Yanting was filled with anger. Shuo, don't you have anything to say? Ouyang Shuo shrugged. Sister-in-law is telling the truth. She's injured, and as her brother-in-law, it's normal for me to send her back to her room, right? As for being on top of her, it was dark at that time and I accidentally tripped over her. In the end, some people thought that I really can't defend myself. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a pretext. Stop pretending. The evidence is conclusive, and you still say that we've wronged you. As a man, can't you admit the dirty things you've done? Lu Qingwan was aggressive. Everyone more or less has done some dirty things. My dear sister, you dare to say that you didn't? He raised his eyelids and stared at her with a malicious gaze. Lu Qingwan's mind flashed with the image of her sitting on Ouyang Shuo's lap, trying her best to seduce him as well as his cold eyes. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say a word. Since you've done it, then why are you questioning me? At least I won't do it with my sister-in-law like you. Did you see us naked on the bed or did we hug and kiss? The two of us just fell together and that's it? You're still quibbling? You're already very unusual when you were in the hotel. Ouyang Shuo made a shushing gesture, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile, with a hint of danger. You can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want. After all, my tolerance is not without a bottom line. You have no bottom line? Lu Qingwan slammed the table and stood up. My tolerance is not without a bottom line. I don't know where you came from, but you used some tricks to confuse my dad and make him give you 30% of the shares. You're still not satisfied and you still want to steal with this bitch. I think the two of you are working together, and your goal is to tear our Lu family apart. Tao Yuan was in a disadvantageous position in this matter, but she didn't accept being tied to Ouyang Shuo, so she immediately clarified. I have nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him? Hey, you've slept with him and you're still not related? In this family, the relationship between the two of you is the most unusual. You're more familiar with him than you are with my brother, right? Tao Yuan was also annoyed. Say that again? You can do it and you're afraid of me saying it? I'll say it 1,000 times, 10,000 times and it's the same. You're cheating, you're cheating, you're cheating. Lu Qingwan's attitude was arrogant. The two of you were caught lying on the same bed and you're still denying it? Who would believe you? I believe you. A calm and powerful voice came. The few of them looked over at the same time and Lu Li walked over. His imposing figure had the aura of an emperor, and his cold features seemed to be carved by a knife. Brother, you believe her? You don't even know what's going on, okay? Nanny Li, say that again. There's no need to say it. You guys were arguing so loudly and I've already heard it and I know what's going on. No, you don't know at all. If you knew, you wouldn't believe her. Lu Qingwan pointed at Tao Yuan, wanting to rush up and tear her apart. Chapter 591. I know what's going on. Lu Li's cold gaze fell on Ouyang Shuo. He still had the same indifferent look on his face, and there was even a hint of schadenfreude as he said slowly, Big brother is big brother. You're the most sensible person in the whole family. His tone was quite sarcastic. He patted Lu Li's shoulder but the latter shook him off. If you hadn't appeared in time, sister-in-law and I wouldn't have been able to clear our names. You trust sister-in-law so much. This relationship is really enviable. Su Baihe and Lu Qingwan rarely had something on them, and they wanted to use this opportunity to kick them out of the house. They didn't expect that Lu Li would still side with Tao Yuan at this time. The whole world was about to collapse. It's already like that and you still believe her? What kind of drug did she give you and Dad? God, I don't know you now. Are you still my brother? Or are you just a stranger wearing the same skin as him? I've said many times that you don't need to worry about my matters. I know Tao Yuan's character very well. In short, this matter has nothing to do with her. Ouyang Shua chuckled. If it has nothing to do with Tao Yuan, then it has something to do with me? The look in his eyes was so dangerous and he was so scared. Tao Yuan is my wife, not a prisoner. You have no right to monitor her. Lu Li dropped this sentence and went upstairs with his arm around Tao Yuan's shoulder. After returning to the room, Tao Yuan was still in a trance. Lu Li took off his coat, stood in the sun and was untying his tie. Tao Yuan was still in a daze. You believe him? I don't believe him. I believe you, but I don't believe him. Lu Li said, and there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. Why don't you suspect me at all? After all, he and I, with that brain of yours, you can't think of so many schemes. Was this a compliment? The whole thing was directed by him. The nearby power system has always been very stable, but it suddenly tripped last night. It's obvious that someone pulled it down. You're saying that Ouyang Shua purposely pulled the switch when he saw me going to the kitchen? Then he found an excuse to send me back to my room and wait for someone to wake up and see us. She pursed her lips. Is there such a coincidence? This is his meticulous planning. It's not a coincidence. Could it be that he didn't sleep last night and stared at her room? Tao Yuan was terrified just thinking about it. The feeling of being watched was eerie, and a chill ran down his spine. Is he insane? You just found out. Lu Li sneered. But he looks very normal. Maybe it's not a mental problem, but a psychological problem. We should recommend him to see a psychologist. Even psychiatrists can't help him. There's no cure for him. Then isn't it dangerous for him to stay at home? Who knows what he will do next? So try not to return to this place in the future. Stay with me. It sounded reasonable, but why did she feel that most of it was out of selfishness? No matter what, there would be trouble wherever Ouyang Shua and Su Baihe were. It was better for her to go home less. Who knew what would happen next? He didn't touch you? Are you suspecting me? I'm not suspecting you, but any husband who heard that his wife was in the room with another man last night would definitely be unhappy. Lu Li's face was filled with jealousy. If it wasn't for the damn meeting and the damn rain that trapped me, would he have the chance to get close to you? He did want to do something. There was a murderous look in the man's eyes. Tao Yuan shivered. But he didn't have the chance. Nanny Li came just in time. I knew he had ulterior motives towards you. It's probably to take revenge on you. I became an innocent cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? If it wasn't for you, would he have the chance? He was willing to believe her. Tao Yuan was originally quite touched, but she was a little speechless when he suddenly returned to his previous self. So you're planning to settle old scores with me behind closed doors? All of this is my fault? Look, I just said one sentence and you're like this. Are you a hedgehog? Lu Li said unhappily. Can't you tell that your man is jealous? Why are you still standing there? I already said that I'm jealous. Hurry up and comfort me. Tao Yuan pinched her eyebrows and couldn't help laughing. You're already in your 30s. Can you not be so childish? Be mature, okay? How am I immature? If I were immature, I would have beaten him up downstairs. He's like a parasite causing trouble in my territory. I think even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him. Lu Li had never been soft-hearted towards his enemies. He didn't hit Ouyang Shua just now because he was considering Lu Yenting's feelings. Now that the two of them were related by blood, it wouldn't be easy to make a move. However, Ouyang Shua kept making trouble. She felt that it was difficult for him. There would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. She didn't know what kind of mess would happen. In the study, Lu Yenting smoked one cigarette after another. Ouyang Shua was playing with the antiques in the cabinet. Every one of them was priceless. Any one of them was enough for an ordinary family to live on for a lifetime. The gap between the rich and the poor, haha, it was really big. Rich people were quite hateful. What happened last night? Was it you who arranged it? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Don't play dumb in front of me. I didn't raise you, but I'm your father after all. I still understand you. I also understand Tao Yuan. She was framed by you. Oh, if you say so. Ouyang Shua chuckled. No matter what others said, he didn't care. Lu Yinting was heartbroken. How could you do such a thing? What did I do? You were the one who said that I would be welcomed into this family, so I tried my best to build a good relationship with sister-in-law. Is that wrong? Should I not care about her sprained her ankle? I was just trying to be friendly to my family, but my intentions were misunderstood. I feel quite wronged. Lu Yinting's patience was exhausted. He put out his cigarette and waved his hand. I'm not going to argue with you. Anyway, I've let you down for the past 20 years. If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. Don't go against the family. They don't even know about your existence. Dissatisfaction? Ouyang Shua didn't seem to understand what he said. His smile was beautiful. His lips were red and his teeth were white. I'm not dissatisfied. I'm enjoying the wealth of the Lu family now. You even promoted me to vice president. I'm more than happy. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Lu Yinting felt that he couldn't communicate with him. Even though it was his own son, he had to use the word sinister to describe him. Anyway, it was useless no matter how anxious he was and how much he said. Since you already know that I'm trying my best to make it up to you, why did you still cause so much trouble? Can't the family have a moment of peace? So, you're saying that I should stay away from this family because I'm from a lowly background and don't deserve to get close to them? Why do you have to misinterpret my words? That's the feeling you give me? I just helped sister-in-law. I didn't do anything, but you're making me sound like I'm a heinous criminal. Sai, you're not the one who brought me up, so you're different from your own child. You're condemning me with just a few words from my mother and sister. I'm very disappointed. Was he trying to make him feel guilty on purpose? But Lu Yinting thought that he had done what he should and there was nothing to feel guilty about. On the contrary, he was the one who had been stirring up trouble. You're my son. Of course I'll treat you well. But I won't allow anyone to play tricks in this family, especially using Yuan. I know you've been trying your best to do something to her, but I won't let you use her to attack Ali. What if I don't use her but can't help but want to get close to her? When Ouyang Shua spoke just now, his eyes were full of mischief. This was the first time he looked into Lu Yinting's eyes. There was a determination in his tone. For a moment, Lu Yinting couldn't tell if this sentence was true or not. What did he mean by can't help but want to get close to her? Was it what he thought it meant? Lu Yinting hoped that Ouyang Shua said this to provoke him, but his eyes looked very serious. Was his acting too good, or, you dote on sister-in-law and help her in everything? This means that sister-in-law is a very charming and good woman, worthy of a man's love. So, I think it's normal to treat her well. She's your sister-in-law. Of course you should respect her. Respect. Ouyang Shua teased. There was a faint ripple between his brows. I don't feel that way. I just feel that I'm very happy when I'm with her. When I can't see her, I miss her and want to get close to her. What he said was true to his feelings. What kind of feeling do you think this is? Ridiculous. Lu Yinting slammed the table and stood up. She's my sister-in-law. How can you have such thoughts about her? Otherwise it wouldn't be called can't help it, right? A fair lady is a gentleman's dream. Don't force me to take away everything you have now. It's all yours anyway. If you want it, take it. I don't care. Ouyang Shua shrugged nonchalantly. As he said this, the corner of his mouth twitched. However, what I want to do with a woman who can't help myself? It's none of your business. Tao Yuan's work today was to inspect the construction site. The construction was only halfway done. The site was a mess. There were cement, floor tiles, and waste everywhere. Dust was billowing in the air. She and a few contractors were discussing the progress of the project. Deputy General Manager. Deputy General Manager. She turned around. It was Ouyang Shua again. Originally, the only thing that made her happy was that she did not have to see him every day in the department after he became the Deputy General Manager. She did not expect that he was still haunting her. Tao Yuan walked to the side and inspected the site alone. What you said just now was not bad. You have the demeanor of a strong woman. Ouyang Shua's laughter sounded behind her. She moved to the side and he followed her again. Why do women have to be so strong? Isn't it good to find a leisurely job in the company? Working overtime all day and suffering at the construction site with a group of men. She walked away again. Can't you hear what I'm saying? She said, Oh. I'm working. And I'm complimenting your work ability. Should I say thank you? He was obviously looking for something to say. Are you still angry about what happened last night? That was just an accident. No one expected it. I'm just helping you out of kindness. I don't believe in accidents. I only believe in human arrangements. Tao Yuan put on a fake smile. And you, kind? I think you're up to no good. I admit that it was a dark and windy night last night. You and I were in the same room. The smell on your body was so fragrant that I was a little confused. I couldn't control myself, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. What's the difference between a man and a beast if he can't even control himself? If I'm really a beast, I'll eat you on the first day. Chapter 592. Go away. She was angry and anxious. There are so many people watching. She finally did not have that cold and indifferent expression. Ouyang Shua's eyes were a little playful. You don't allow me to touch you in a crowded place, and you didn't allow me to touch you when there were two of us last night. What do you want? Don't be so shameless, okay? Why should I let you touch me? Because I like you. The man still had his own way of doing things. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Tao Yuan pushed him away and walked away, but he followed her wherever he went. She couldn't do anything about it. Don't you have anything else to do? Why do you keep following me? You're affecting my work. I'm also working. This is just a small project. There's no need for you to inspect it personally. It doesn't matter as long as... He smiled without saying a word. As long as she was here. His interest in her was getting stronger and stronger. I don't have time to talk in riddles with you. Ouyang Shua, I'm begging you. I don't care how you want to take revenge on the Liu family, but can you not drag me into it? I don't want to be cannon fodder. You're really annoying me. I just want to be close to you. It has nothing to do with the Liu family. As for the conspiracy you mentioned, I don't understand. Seeing that you're so angry, did I offend you? Let me treat you to a meal? I can't eat in front of you. Tao Yuan rejected him coldly and pushed him again. I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore. Is the construction site yours? How can you say that I'm following you? Look at how angry you are, your helmet is crooked. He stretched out his long arm to help her straighten it and touched her face. Smooth and tender skin. TSK, it felt so good. Tao Yuan was flustered. Those people must have seen it. She didn't dare to stay a moment longer and turned to leave. All of a sudden she heard Ouyang Shua say, "Be careful." Immediately after, she was carried by Ouyang Shua and rolled to the side. Bang! A piece of steel fell beside her. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat and could not recover for a long time. At the hospital. What? Nothing happened? Ouyang Shua saved her? Damn it. You trash, what use do I have for you? Scram. Tao Yinran hung up the phone angrily. If you don't rest well when you're sick, who are you fighting with? Holding a bouquet of tulips, Ouyang Shua frivolously leaned against the door with a faint smile on his face. Tao Yinran's heart skipped a beat. She looked nervous and clenched her fists. With one hand in his pocket, he slowly walked over. The lilies in the vase withered. The flowers have withered to such a state, yet no one has come to see you? Luli hasn't been here? You? Tao Yinran clenched her fists. She hated his face. Are you here to add insult to injury? How can you say that? My dear baby, of course I came to visit you. Ouyang Shua's tone was so gentle that it was almost perverted. I've been in the hospital for a month before you showed up. You didn't even pick up my call. You're really considerate. I think you've been charmed by a vixen. How could that be? Which vixen is more charming than you? You're the vixen. I'm complimenting you. Ouyang Shua took out the withered lilies and threw them into the trash can. Then, he inserted the tulips into the trash can with a gentle look on his face. I think you're here to make things difficult for me. Tao Yinran's mouth was tight, but it was just to cover up the panic in her heart. Ouyang Shua came right after the accident at the construction site. He must not have come with good intentions. She was still very afraid of him. Ouyang Shua sat down and crossed his legs. He stared at her with a faint smile. I think you've been in the hospital for too long that your brain has gone haywire. You're the one who has gone haywire. I'm fine. Oh really? If there's nothing wrong with your brain, how could you do such a thing? Sure enough. He came for that matter. Tao Yinran's face turned pale and she hurriedly turned her face to the side. I don't know what you're talking about. Today there was an accident at the construction site. Tao Yuan almost died. Really? That must be the heavens having eyes. That bitch should have died a long time ago. It's a pity that she didn't die. Whether it's God's eyes or someone's arrangement, you know very well. I saw a figure flash upstairs. It was arranged by you, right? There's no need to lie between us. After all, we're in the same boat. Who's in the same boat with you? After knowing that vixen, do you still remember me? Tao Yinran couldn't suppress her anger and burst out. If it weren't for you today, she would have died. You're really great. You're the hero who saved the damsel in distress. It's all because of you. She grabbed the vase and threw it at him. I hate you. Clang, the vase broke into pieces. The tulips and water spilled all over the floor. What's wrong? The nurse came in and asked. Nothing. Ouyang Shua smiled. You go out first. The nurse closed the door and left. Do you know that murder is against the law? So what? He has no evidence. Evidence? Tao Yuan is Lu Li's darling now. If she had an accident, do you think he wouldn't investigate? He might not be able to find me. Even if he did, so what? Will he report me? At most, he will hate me for a period of time. Anyway, Tao Yuan is already dead. I can still make him fall in love with me just like how Tao Yuan stole him. TSK, a woman who hates because of love is really scary. If you're so extreme, the game won't be fun anymore. Play? I think you've already fallen for it. Do you still remember your purpose? The second young master of the Lu family. Tao Yinran sneered. You've lied to me for so many years. You're really good at hiding it. I should have known that a sinister person like you would not be used by me. It turns out that you've been using me all along. Tao Yinran had been the campus belle since she was a child. She had countless pursuers around her. She enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by men. So even when she was dating Lu Li, she was very restless and often went to the bar to find men behind his back. And that night, she was attracted by the good and evil temperament of Ouyang Shua and took the initiative to seduce him. But she didn't expect that she was pregnant. Tao Yuan got hold of her weakness and forced her to leave for 3 years. After she left, she had been with Ouyang Shua and ordered him to rape Tao Yuan. She always knew that he had a purpose, but she didn't expect that he and Lu Li were brothers. Anyway, we're using each other. So what? Ouyang Shua didn't care. And when it comes to sinister, we're about the same. But in terms of viciousness, you're better than me. You've killed people directly. Are you here to settle accounts with me? What? Are you in love with that woman too? Even if I am, why can't I? This won't change my plan. It's just that I got more than before. Even though she had already guessed this fact, Tao Yinran still couldn't accept it. She felt worse than being struck by lightning. Lu Li was seduced by Tao Yuan at least 4 years after he married her. But how long had Ouyang Shua known her? He fell in love with that woman in just a few months and turned the gun to her? She couldn't accept it. Don't find excuses. I think you're so fascinated by that B*TCH that you've even forgotten your own purpose. Then give me a reason not to fall in love with her. She killed our child. Ouyang Shua burst out laughing. That smile looked extremely cruel to Tao Yinran. That was also his child. Child? Hee, when you were with Lu Li, would you have given birth to it? It was supposed to be solved, but you made Tao Yuan take the blame. You used the excuse of pushing her and rolled down the stairs in front of Lu Li to have a miscarriage. He hated her for several years. Isn't that enough? If she didn't know that I was pregnant with another man's child, would I have left Ali? Tao Yinran still felt painful when she thought about it. She threatened me and took advantage of these years to steal Ali. She was the one who deserved to die. And do you think I'm not sad about the miscarriage? These years I often dreamed that the baby came to kill me. I was also very painful. Her eyes were glistening with tears. Perhaps her pain was more or less real, but it couldn't awaken Ouyang Shua's sympathy. She asked for it. Every step now was chosen by Tao Yinran herself. It's all your fault. I was just used by you. Did I force you to seduce me? It was you. From the moment you crawled to my feet, you were destined to do this. Ouyang Shua stood up with a heartless look on his face. You'd better think about how to get Lu Li back. As for Tao Yuan, I'll take care of her. Don't look for trouble. In the hotel. Give this document to the new director. Tao Yuan handed it to her assistant, Lin Wei. Yes, manager. Bang! Lu Li walked in quickly, startling Lin Wei. Xiao. You go out first. Yes. Lin Wei closed the door worriedly and left. Tao Yuan's legs were a little sore. She was about to sit down when Lu Li grabbed her by her shoulders and checked her up anxiously. What's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. What could happen to me? I know about the accident at the construction site. Although he heard that she was unharmed, Lu Li was still worried. He left a group of executives and rushed over. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Not scared at all? Of course I was. I was quite scared at the time. But I can't be so scared that I can't even come to work. Tao Yuan said with a smile. Look, I'm standing in front of you. You're too nervous. Relax. She acted like nothing happened, but Luli almost scared her out of her wits. You almost scared me to death. No one can predict an accident. Luckily, Ouyang Shua pushed me away, or else, thinking about it, she was still a little scared. Luli said with disdain. Maybe it was a self-directed act, pretending to be a hero saving the damsel in distress. Then he gambled too much. It was really dangerous at the time, just a little bit more. You know how to be afraid? Luli poked her forehead. Why did you go to the construction site instead of staying in the office? That's my job. There have never been any problems before. This time, forget it. It was a scare but not a real danger. How can you take chances in this kind of thing? Luli reprimanded her with a straight face. You got out of danger this time. What about next time? Tao Yuan was annoyed and amused at the same time. Come on, I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous? Nonsense. You're my only wife. I still want to spend the rest of my life with you. What should I do if something happens to you? His tone was fierce, but it was so domineering that it made her heart flutter. Tao Yuan's heart shook and her ears felt a little numb. Let go of me. I have to work. Promise me that you'll leave the construction site to the men. You're not allowed to go. I'll try. Chapter 593. Left with no choice, she could only raise 3 fingers. Okay, I promise. Is that all right? That's more like it. Luli hugged her so tightly that Tao Yuan couldn't struggle at all. This is the office. Her tone was soft and a little coquettish. You can't imagine how worried I was when I heard the news. My heart almost stopped beating. Tao Yuan, you are more important than my life. Do you understand? His strong arms showed that he cared about her, but Tao Yuan felt that she was suffocating. I can't breathe. Only by hugging you like this can I feel a little safe. You always don't know how to take care of yourself and it makes me worry. I can't wait to take you with me all the time so I don't have to be so worried. One moment I worry that you will be seduced by other men, and the next moment I worry that you will be in danger. My mind is full of you. Why do you always make me worry? Tao Yuan wanted to say that she had been alone for so many years, and she knew how to take care of herself, but the man's concern was melting her heart bit by bit. She was a woman and she was fragile in her bones. She needed the man's protection. After a long time, Luli let her go. Do you want to go home and rest first? No, I still have a lot of work to do and I'm afraid I will have to work overtime today. Her tone softened. You always like to be brave. He shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. His expression was gentle. I will have dinner with some directors after work today. Do you want to go? The CEO is having dinner with the directors and I am just a manager. I'd better go home and rest early. Okay, wait for me to go home. The next day, Pan Chi came to see Tao Yuan, and they had dinner in the staff cafeteria. Why did you come to me for dinner today? Tao Yuan asked. They had not seen each other since they came back from the resort last time. I want to gossip with you. Did you know that your husband and a female star were on the headlines yesterday? Pan Chi waved the news on her phone in front of her. TSK, he's too strong. Tao Yanran, that vixen, can no longer satisfy him. Tao Yuan lowered her head to eat and replied casually. How could you believe the nonsense of a gossip magazine? Pan Chi furrowed her brows. Damn, what kind of drug did he give you? Why do you trust him so much? I'm saying that those paparazzi love to make groundless accusations. It might not be true. The first time is a rumor, what about the second time, the third time? He had been on the headlines every day. Was that all fake? Don't tell me that he's different from before. I think your brain has gone haywire. Don't tell me you're going back to him with just a few sweet words? Pan Chi was very worried. No, I'm definitely going to get a divorce. What about the divorce certificate? Where's the divorce certificate? You've been shouting for a divorce for months. Why haven't I seen the divorce certificate? Do you think it's that easy? If he doesn't sign, how can I leave? Then let's go to court with him. Can't you use your brain to think about it? If I go to court with him, I'll definitely lose. The law is the weapon of the rich and powerful. I'm the weak. When the time comes, other than embarrassing myself, what good will it do? Embarrass you? The Liu family will be even more embarrassed, okay? When the time comes, he'll definitely want a divorce. He doesn't want his own face, but does he not want the Liu family's face? I think you're just looking for excuses. You can't bear to divorce him. Tao Yuan had asked herself before. Was she wavering? More or less a little. After all, the human heart was made of flesh. Some of the things that Lu Li had done had indeed moved her, but it was not enough to completely shake her. Divorce was for the good of both parties. This decision could not be changed. The Lu family is facing some problems now, so, look, you're looking for excuses again. Isn't it just an illegitimate child? This kind of thing is common among wealthy families. What kind of situation is this? How do you know? Isn't it obvious? Your father-in-law is not stupid. Why would he give an outsider 30% of the shares for no reason? It's obvious that he wants him to take over the position and compete with Lu Li for the CEO position. By the way, when that bastard found out about this news, didn't he have a very interesting expression? Were there any screams or howls or smashing tables? His psychological endurance is not that weak. Other than that day when he left the Lu family without a word, his attitude had been very calm these few days. Obviously he had accepted the fact. TSK pretend. So much of the Lu family's assets originally belonged to him. Now that half of it was suddenly divided, I would definitely go crazy if I were him. If he pretended to be fine, sooner or later he would suffer internal injuries. Speaking of which, that Ouyang Shua is really good looking. But in terms of appearance, he's comparable to Lu Li. That kind of mysterious and attractive aura. If you don't have a girlfriend, you can consider letting me be your sister-in-law. Come on, he's the most dangerous person. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Pan Chi said slyly. I like that kind. The more dangerous it is, the more I like it. Tao Yuan's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Li. Hello. Where are you? The staff cafeteria. Wait there. I'll come over now. But Pan and I. Before she could finish, the call was hung up. Is that son of a bitch coming over? Then I'll leave first. Why are you so afraid of him? Of course. Haven't I been tortured badly enough by him? If he wants to kidnap you, he won't bear to do anything to you. I'm different. He can kill me in minutes. That's it, bye. Pan Chi ran away faster than a rabbit. Not long after, Lu Li arrived. Who were you eating with just now? A friend. Tao Yuan replied. In case he misunderstood, she added another sentence. A female friend. Pan Chi? How did you know? Other than her, what other friends do you have? Why, when she heard that I was coming, she ran away in fear. At least she knows what's good for her. Don't you think it's wrong to bully a girl like this? She's a woman? I've never seen a woman half as tough as she is. You'd better stay away from her. I don't want my woman to become a tomboy. What's the matter? About the scandal between me and Gong Shui. I need to explain it to you lest someone gets jealous. Gong Shui? Is it that Gong Shui from this year's Golden Rooster Award? She's so beautiful. You hooked up with her? Congratulations. Listen to your tone. How jealous. I'm not jealous. I'm congratulating you from the bottom of my heart. So you don't need to explain anything to me. After all, I don't care. It's your business whether you want to hear it or not. It's my business whether I explain it or not. But you're used to saying one thing and thinking another. If I don't explain it, you'll hate me even more. She's the new spokesperson of our hotel. Last night, a few directors had dinner together. After dinner, I sent her back to the hotel, but she was photographed at the entrance. That's what happened. I didn't even touch a finger of hers. If I really had something going on with her, I wouldn't have pestered you last night. After Lu Li explained, Tao Yuan just calmly replied with an "oh." Although it was just that, he knew that this narrow-minded woman must feel much better. She was arrogant on the surface, but she was actually very soft-hearted. Those gossip magazines love to do this kind of thing. I didn't believe it at all, so you don't need to explain. So can I understand that you already have the most basic trust in me? Trust that I won't touch other women except you? His eyes were burning. You once said that trust is the foundation of marriage. I once made you feel very insecure, so now I'll slowly make you believe in me and do everything I can to save our marriage. He said with great confidence and hope. Tao Yuan, you'll fall in love with me again. This topic was too serious. Tao Yuan didn't want to talk about it. She didn't even want to think about it, so she changed the topic. I've heard your explanation. Is there anything else? For the sake of publicity, she will be my date for the opening dinner of the company's new business district in 2 days. Let me tell you first, lest you get jealous. Okay. Also, she's my junior in primary school, that's all. So you're childhood friends. Tao Yuan couldn't help but tease him. So this endorsement thing, is it through the back door? Lu Li wagged his finger, his smile charming. Other women are all ordinary, there's no back door for them. You're different. In my eyes, you're a national beauty. He pointed to his heart. Here, you're welcome anytime. The opening dinner of the new business district was grand. All the big shots were there, and there were even some celebrities. Lin Wei was as excited as a lark. Sister Yuan, thank you for bringing me here. I took pictures with so many celebrities today, they were so nice. Now the 4 most popular fresh meats are here, and they're all so handsome. I don't know who to be my fan anymore. Aren't there enough celebrities in the hotel? I've seen them a lot, but I'm too embarrassed to take pictures with them. I'm so happy I'm going to faint. Tao Yuan sometimes envied Lin Wei. She was so innocent that even the smallest things could be a reason to be happy. There was a commotion at the door. She looked over. It was Lu Li and Gong Shui. In terms of appearance alone, the man was tall, handsome, and well-dressed, while the woman was delicate and beautiful. They were indeed a very pleasing pair, very pleasing to the eye. It was strange that she could admire them calmly as a bystander, without a hint of jealousy. Could it be, as Lu Li said, that she already had the most basic trust in him? She would rather it was because she didn't care. Lin Wei stuck out her tongue awkwardly. You were photographed 2 days ago, didn't you know how to avoid it? Why did you have to be so high profile? You didn't consider your feelings at all. Sister Yuan, aren't you angry? Tao Yuan smiled calmly. It's not the first time. If I was angry every time, I would have been pissed off long ago. You're so generous. It was me, I definitely wouldn't let them get away with it. Mrs. Lu. A gentle voice rang out, and Gong Shui stood there gracefully. Lin Wei was stunned. She was so beautiful. Tao Yuan nodded. Lin Wei snapped back to reality. What was going on? A rival provocation? She looked at Tao Yuan worriedly. She gestured for her to leave first. Mrs. Lu, nice to meet you. Gong Shui extended her hand. Thank you. Chapter 594. I've always been curious about who Mrs. Lu is. Today I finally know why Mr. Lu likes you so much. Thank you. The rumors 2 days ago were made up by the reporters. I hope you don't misunderstand. Gong Shui gave a simple explanation. Every time we travel as a group, we're always photographed alone together. I'm also very helpless about it. Celebrities are all like this. Well, luckily you are reasonable. Otherwise, if it affects your relationship with Mr. Lu, I will be a sinner. Gong Shui chuckled. A man like Mr. Lu should be the dream of all women in the world. Tao Yuan looked at Lu Li. In the crowd, he was the most eye-catching. He seemed to have a halo around him. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. The whole place was filled with well-dressed VIPs. The waiters walked back and forth with champagne in their hands. He smiled and shook hands with the guests. He was noble, arrogant, but polite. His temperament was enchanting. She fell in love with him for a reason. This man was poison. The man turned back, raised his glass and winked at her. She had thought that he had the aura of a male god. Suddenly he was not serious. Tao Yuan couldn't help laughing. He had a sense of justice since primary school. At that time I was often bullied and Mr. Lu would help me. Mrs. Lu, there must be something special about you for Mr. Lu to be so loyal to you. Tao Yuan could only say that. Thank you. Lu Li walked over and Gong Shui left. What did she say to you? You still don't know? She teased. You are indeed an actress. You memorized the script well and kept saying good things about you. I am so outstanding. Does she need to memorize good things about me? She must have said it from the bottom of her heart. Tao Yuan was amused. I have seen narcissistic people but not as narcissistic as you. By the way, you already explained it yesterday. Is it necessary to make her explain it again today? Isn't it because she cares about you too much? You know how arrogant you are. You have such a long brain. Who knows what you are thinking in your heart even though you say it's nothing? Am I that unreasonable? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. She's just so pretentious. She didn't bother to argue with him. I've discovered a pattern. All the women you like are big-breasted, brainless, bad women. As for those you don't like, they have a good character. Gong Shui is a good example. Then I like you. I don't think your breasts are big. He stared at her breast and gestured with his hand. At most it's this big. See, women don't like bad men. Tao Yuan said seriously. It depends on looks. Only those who are good-looking are called flirting. Those who are ugly are definitely called harassing. Oh? Do you like flirting? The two of them rarely bickered like this and Tao Yuan found it quite interesting. However, was their relationship harmonious enough for them to joke around? This doesn't seem right. Suddenly, she was a little flustered, afraid that she would fall into his gentle trap bit by bit. She narrowed her eyes. I'll go greet a few colleagues first. Luli didn't say anything. He knew that she was running away, but it meant that it was getting harder and harder for her to resist him. During the banquet, the new spokesperson, Gong Shui, finished her speech and took a sip of champagne. The atmosphere was harmonious when she suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell to the ground, twitching. She looked very scary. All the guests were frightened. Chief Zhang of the police station was one of the guests and he immediately rushed to the stage. She must have been poisoned. Find a doctor quickly. In addition, please stay here to assist in the investigation. Gong Shui was confirmed to have been poisoned and sent to the hospital. The police cordoned off the scene and checked one by one. Tao Yuan was also flustered when such a thing happened at a banquet. When it was her turn to be checked, the police found a small transparent plastic bag from her handbag. There was some powder in it. The police sniffed it. Manager Gu, do you know what this is? She shook her head. This is not mine. I don't know why it was in my bag. This bag contains highly toxic aflatoxin B1. Now we suspect that you are related to Gong Shui's poisoning case. Please come back with us to the police station to assist in the investigation. What happened? Luli walked over. Chief Zhang explained. We just found a packet of aflatoxin B1 in Manager Gu's bag. The champagne Gong Shui drank contains this poisonous ingredient. You mean she poisoned it? Impossible. I'm not sure, so I have to take her back to the police station first. You'd better not interfere in this matter. She is my wife. Chief Zhang was surprised. But there are so many people watching. If I don't interfere, it will be difficult. Let me go back with him to investigate. As long as I didn't do it, it will be fine. Tao Yuan said. I also want to find out who framed me as soon as possible. Luli nodded. Then I'll go with you. The two went to the police station together. Luli waited outside the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Chief Zhang was interrogating in person. Mrs. Liu, with your identity and character, I absolutely believe that you would not do such a thing as poisoning. But Boss Liu had an affair with Gong Shui 2 days ago. In addition, aflatoxin B1 was found in your bag. The situation is very bad for you. We must handle it impartially. I hope you can cooperate. I understand. I will cooperate fully. The bag you found was not mine. I don't think any murderer would be stupid enough to leave evidence in his bag. Someone must have put it in when I wasn't paying attention. Tao Yuan recalled. I remember. When I went to the bathroom, the sink was very wet. A waitress took the initiative to help me carry the bag. It is likely that she put it in at that time. What did the waitress look like? Very, very ordinary. I have forgotten her. It was just a chance meeting. She did not pay attention to her appearance at all. Who would have thought that in just a few seconds, someone would put a highly toxic substance in her bag? This is a clue. We will send someone to investigate now. The lights in the living room were dim. Carmen was playing. It was dangerous and exciting. The air was full of the smell of conspiracy. Tao Yinran poured 2 glasses of wine and sat on Ouyang Shua's lap, revealing 2 slender and beautiful legs. The only fly in the ointment was that there was a scar on her originally flawless right leg because of the car accident. Tao Yinran stuffed the wine glass into Ouyang Shua's hand. Her eyes were seductive. Cheers? Why are you absent-minded? Is it because someone else's woman is in the police station? Do you feel bad? Tao Yinran smiled like an enchantress. Are you sure you made the right move? Ouyang Shua played with the wine glass. He was not tempted at all. Luli will not watch her go to jail. Of course I know that. I just don't want her life to be easy. I am afraid that you will shoot yourself in the foot. When the time comes, Luli will not let you have an easy life. I will not save you. Tao Yinran chuckled and rolled her eyes. I think you feel bad for her, right? You should be thanking me for my meticulous planning of this move. The more miserable and desperate she is, the more she will need you. When you save her from her suffering, she will definitely see you as a hero. Do you think Luli is dead? Tao Yinran did not want to hear such words. Your moves are getting more and more dangerous. Be careful not to set yourself on fire. I have been forced to this point by her. Do I have any other choice? I'm not afraid. At most, I will die with that bitch. Tao Yinran felt unlucky. She got up and walked to the side. If you want to continue working together, don't say such things that I don't like to hear. Even without you, I can still move. We are on the same boat now. I am afraid that you will be too extreme and affect my plan. Don't worry about what I want to do. Just do your job. She is already in the police station. Why aren't you stirring up the media? Are you not willing to let her go? Ouyang Shua put down the wine glass and got up. Okay, I won't provoke you. I hope you don't regret it. The entrance of the Liu family's villa was surrounded by reporters. The reporters were in a stalemate with the security guards. A limousine drove over, and the reporters swarmed the limousine, holding microphones and cameras in their hands as they chased after it. Lu Qingwan got out of the car wearing a pair of black sunglasses. Although there were several bodyguards clearing the way, there were too many reporters. She was squeezed here and there and almost suffocated. Miss Lu, what do you think about the poisoning of your sister-in-law? Are you close to her? What kind of person is she? Do you think she poisoned her? What do you think about this scandal? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The reporters bombarded Lu Qingwan with questions. Lu Qingwan was annoyed. Can't you move aside? Miss Lu, please answer. That bitch and I. Lu Qingwan swallowed the rest of the words. I don't know about this. What's her usual character like? Do you think she really poisoned her? Lu Qingwan wanted to say how was her character? Tao Yuan was the most vicious person in the world. Of course she would do something like poisoning. I don't know. How can you not know? Are you not on good terms with her? Don't you find it annoying? Lu Qingwan pushed the female reporter hard. If you want to know, go to the police station and ask her. It has nothing to do with me. Her fierce look made the reporters look at each other. No matter what, she was the daughter of a rich family. Why was she so hot-tempered? If you keep pestering me with questions, just wait for the lawyer's letter. Lu Qingwan entered the villa and the reporters were stopped outside. Third Mrs. back. Su Baiha hurriedly asked. Those reporters didn't do anything to you, right? Nothing? I was almost eaten by them. Lu Qingwan said angrily and glared at Ouyang Shura. He was like a bystander, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and playing with his phone. It was annoying to see. Those reporters are really like flies. I can't even chase them away. They are too daring and annoying. Su Baiha complained. Isn't it all because of that bitch? I've long said that she is a jinx and will only bring shame to our Lu family, but you still protect her. Lu Qingwan complained to Lu Yenting. I believe that Yuan Yuan is innocent. She is also a victim. To hell with the victim. I think she is obviously jealous that Gong Shui is prettier than her, so she poisoned her. She pretends to be more innocent than anyone else in front of you, but behind your back she is a snake and scorpion. What can't she do? She deserves to be locked up. It's a pity that I was implicated by her. Even going home is so troublesome. Chapter 595. All of you don't say any more. I know what's going on. Lu Yanting was not in a good mood either. Seeing that Ouyang Shua was only playing with his phone, he was even more upset. Shua, don't play with your phone. Big brother is here. What is there to worry about? Ouyang Shua's carefree manner. Besides, if I help sister-in-law, I'm afraid someone will think that I have ulterior motives. I'd better not get involved in this. Lu Qingwan couldn't help but quarrel with him again. Enough. Don't you think you have enough trouble? Ali just called me. He is dealing with this matter at the police station. Shua, see if there is anything you need help with. Oh. Ouyang Shua stood up lazily. I'll take a nap first. At the hospital. Gong Shui was out of danger. How are you feeling? Luli asked. Gong Shui's face was pale and she looked haggard. She had just escaped from the gates of hell and was still shaken and weak. I'm fine. Lu Li briefly explained the situation to her. They thought it was Mrs. Lu who poisoned you? Yes. Do you remember anything else? Gong Shui tried to recall. Mrs. Lu did give me that glass of champagne, but I don't think she is that kind of person. Maybe someone deliberately framed her. I'm not sure. No suspicious people? Gong Shui shook her head. I can't remember. Anyway, she must have given me that glass of champagne. No one else touched it. Her body suddenly felt cold and she had difficulty breathing. Gong Shui began to yawn and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. What's wrong? No, nothing. Her eyes were filled with panic and her eyes flickered. I'm very tired. She yawned again and her body began to twitch. I want to rest first. Please call my eye assistant. Lu Li realized that she was not right, but he didn't ask more and left the ward. Recalling Gong Shui's reaction, he felt that something was wrong. There were a few moments when he could clearly feel Gong Shui's hesitation. She could not shirk her responsibility in this matter. He took out his phone. Investigate Gong Shui's situation. In the cafe, a few women were gossiping. I heard that Gong Shui was interviewed in the hospital today. She confirmed that the champagne that poisoned her was given to her by Lu Li's wife. Is that so? Doesn't that prove that she was the one who poisoned him? That's for sure. Otherwise, why would he be poisoned for no reason? She was just on the news with Boss Lu 2 days ago, and she was suddenly poisoned. If it wasn't that woman, who else could it be? But he's not stupid enough to poison the banquet. If it were me, I would definitely find someone to teach her a lesson in private. You don't understand, do you? They wanted to use this opportunity to make an example out of Boss Lu, so that those women wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him. The Lu family was powerful and influential. They would definitely be able to settle this problem. What was there to be afraid of? Won't we just need to find some evidence in 2 days and we'll be able to release it? Tisk tiske, that Gong Shui is so pitiful. That's why don't ever offend women, especially those rich and powerful women. They look glamorous but in fact they're very vicious. Each one is worse than the other. Moreover, her mother is a mistress, so she's definitely not much better. You can't tell from her appearance, but she's very dark inside. That kind of woman really deserves to die. Even if she's exonerated, her reputation will be completely ruined. Isn't that right? Who would dare to get close to her in the future? Sitting by the window, Tao Yanran listened to their conversation, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a sneer. With Ouyang Shiraz fanning the flames, this had become the hottest topic. All the major media outlets were reporting on it, describing Tao Yuan as a woman with a heart of snakes and scorpions. Even if she couldn't put her in jail, she would destroy her reputation. Tao Yanran was proud of herself and called Lu Li, "Ali, it's me." His voice was low and somewhat cold. "How have you been recently?" Tao Yanran admired the finger that had just been made, and her face was gloating. Now all the media outlets are reporting the news of Tao Yuan's poisoning. You must be very anxious. Sai, I really didn't expect this to happen. Tao Yuan is too extreme. She didn't do it. You like her, so of course you will believe her, but you must never underestimate a woman. She narrowed her eyes, like a beautiful poisonous snake. Once a woman is ruthless, she is much more ruthless than a man. She can do anything. If you're in a bad mood, I can have a drink with you. No need, I still have things to deal with. That's all. Lu Li hung up the phone. His indifference was the most infuriating to Tao Yanran. The more anxious he was about Tao Yuan, the more she wanted to disturb Tao Yuan. Although she was only cooperating with the investigation, Tao Yuan still stayed in the interrogation room for 2 days. When Lu Li came in, she was already a little tired. But she was still very happy and relieved to see him. How's the situation? Lu Li held her face in his hands and ran his fingers through her hair, feeling sorry for her. You've lost weight. It's only been 2 days. It won't be so fast. It's just a little boring here. Let's go home. Forget it. I heard that there are a lot of reporters outside now. They are there every day. Now it's the heart of the storm. Don't get caught by them. You think I can't handle them? No, but the power of public opinion is too strong now. This matter has been made all over the city. It's better to be cautious. I'm fine here. The police here are very good to me. Except that I can't go out, everything is fine. Don't worry too much. Lu Li frowned. How can I not worry when you are here alone? I'm not the one who poisoned you. I believe the truth will come to light. You will help me, right? Of course, you are my woman. I will never let you come to any harm. Lu Li held her in his arms and made a solemn promise. This time Tao Yuan didn't push him away. She hugged him back. She felt at ease as she breathed in his breath. Although he had been resisting her before, after this incident, he was the person she trusted the most. She could stay here with peace of mind because she knew that he would help her clear her name and that he had the ability to do so. She didn't know when this trust had been built, but he was the first person she thought of after the incident. She used to think that she was very strong and had a stubborn personality. But after this incident, she realized that her ability was actually very weak. She could only stay here and couldn't go anywhere. If she was alone, it would be impossible to clear her name. Fortunately, he was here. The two of them hugged for a long time before Lu Li let go of her. Are you afraid? You are hugging me so tightly. He pinched her face and looked relaxed. He also wanted her to relax a little. I'm not afraid. Isn't there a saying, don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door? He knew that she was stubborn. It's okay to be afraid. As long as I am here, no one can bully my wife. By the way, is there any new information? After Gong Shui woke up, I went to find her to understand the situation. I found that she was not right. She kept yawning and twitching and was anxious to drive me away. That situation was very much like a drug addiction, so I sent someone to investigate. She took drugs? Lu Li nodded. I really couldn't tell. Tao Yuan shook her head, feeling pity for her. But what does this have to do with this matter? The surveillance video of the dinner that night has been destroyed, so there is no way to check if anyone else touched the wine glass. But there is another possibility, and that is that she poisoned herself. How could it be? The poison is so strong. What if that kind of amount is not enough to kill her, and people can do anything when they are forced into a desperate situation? Maybe someone knew about her drug addiction and threatened her to frame you. So complicated? The human heart is so scary. Anyway, I will investigate as soon as possible and get you out of here. The front door of the police station was surrounded by reporters, so Lu Li left through the back door. As soon as he went out, he saw Ouyang Shua leaning against a sports car, arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. Under the dim streetlights, the chill in that smile seeped into the bone. The two of them were a few steps apart, looking at each other. Silence. Until now, Lu Li could not accept this so-called younger brother who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The two of them were very different in terms of appearance and personality. He had never considered himself a gentleman, but he was not like Ouyang Shura, who exuded a gloomy aura and gave people a feeling that he was up to no good just by looking at him. He had always disdained to use those dirty tricks of his. People with different principles could not work together, let alone be brothers. Ouyang Shura lazily straightened his body and walked over, asking in a gloating tone, "How is sister-in-law? Why the hypocrisy?" Hypocrisy? Dad asked me to come over to see if there was anything I could help with. But with you around, there's nothing to worry about. I just came to take a look. Lu Li could not stand his pretentious face. Shouldn't you be busy manipulating those reporters? What are you talking about? I don't understand. He chuckled. People can be shameless, but if they don't even dare to admit what they have done, they can't even be called a man. If it wasn't for you manipulating behind the scenes, those reporters would not dare to expose this matter even if they were given 10,000 guts. Big brother is indeed big brother, you're so smart. Ouyang Shua patted his shoulder, but Lu Li pushed him away in disgust. He shrugged, not taking it to heart. Since you already know, why didn't you take a counterattack? Could it be that you're brothers? Brothers? I've never taken you seriously. Lu Li's attitude was cold. The reason why he did not take action was because he cared about Lu Yenting's feelings. He did not want to cause a rift in front of him. He grabbed Ouyang Shua's collar and pulled him over. His dangerous face approached him, sinister and terrifying. For the sake of our pitiful blood ties, I'll let you go this time. But don't test my bottom line again. I don't care about your dirty tricks, but once you anger me, I won't be merciful. You can't bear the consequences. After saying that, he shook him off and walked into the car. Ouyang Shua smiled and smoothed out the wrinkles on his shirt. His expression was as charming as a fox. After a long time, the smile gradually faded and became cold. At the hospital. As soon as Lu Li entered the ward, Gong Shui immediately sat up in excitement. Boss Lu," a flash of light flashed in her eyes and there was a hint of panic. "Waiting for someone?" Lu Li asked. I thought it was my assistant. He went to buy something for me." Lu Li closed the door and walked towards her. Chapter 596. Walking to the bed, Lu Li pulled a chair and sat down, crossing his legs gracefully. "Do you mind if I smoke?" He squinted his eyes, his expression unfathomable and unpredictable. It was this that made Gong Shui feel afraid. His thin and weak body, which was covered by the hospital gown, trembled slightly. "No, I don't mind." She felt as if there was a big stone pressing on her heart. She could barely breathe and felt uneasy. He didn't say anything, but she just felt that he came with ill intentions. Was it because she was guilty? His aura was too strong and the whole ward was gloomy and depressing. But she couldn't show any sign of guilt in front of him. Lu Li lit a cigarette, puffed slowly and said nothing. Gong Shui's heart was beating fast, and she tried to find a topic to talk about. "The case, how is it going? Did you think of anything unusual?" Gong Shui shook her head. "I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't remember anything. I've already told you and Officer Zhang what I needed to say." "Oh." The smoke blurred his face, making it look more mysterious. "Although I don't know Mrs. Lu well, we had a good chat that day. I feel that she is a very good person, and it's impossible for her to poison me. She must have been framed. But that glass of champagne was indeed given to me by her, and I have to tell the truth to the police. But I also said that she is definitely not the one who poisoned you. Luli flicked the cigarette ash, playing it down. How do you think my relationship with my wife is? Must be very good. I can see that you care about her very much. Since you know, then you should also know that I will do my best to protect her. If anyone dares to hurt her. He paused, and it was getting more and more dangerous. I will make her pay a terrible price. His tone wasn't heavy, but it made Gong Shui shiver and panic like crazy. Her fingers clenched tightly into her palms, and she was trembling. She thought that she hit it well and the other party couldn't see it, but Luli could see her every move clearly. Oh, I know. The person who wants to frame Mrs. Lu must be miserable. Since you know, why did you do it? Me. Gong Shui suddenly shivered and her face turned pale. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Lu Li's tone was confident, but his face had completely darkened. The surveillance footage of the banquet has been restored. No one touched that glass of champagne except for you. The slow-motion footage shows very clearly that you put the poison into the wine. No, I didn't. How could I poison myself? I'm also afraid of death. Is there some misunderstanding? Are you saying that the recording was fake? Gong Shui was already very guilty. Coupled with the conclusive video evidence, she had no way to deny it. He had already accepted his fate in his heart, but his mouth was still stubbornly resisting. I don't have any grudges with your wife. Why would I harm her? But in fact, the surveillance had been completely destroyed. Luli was just trying to scare her. She was so guilty that she couldn't take it at all. Perhaps the person you were waiting for can give you an answer. The drug dealer is in my hands. Do you want me to hand him over to the police? Gong Shui suffered another fatal blow. She could no longer pretend. Her whole body was shaking like a sieve, as if someone was sending her to meet the Grim Reaper. You've been taking drugs for 2 years, including your drug friends. I know them like the back of my hand. Gong Shui cried. I can't help it. The pressure in this industry is too great. If I want to climb up, I have to sleep with others. I feel very uncomfortable, so I can only rely on drugs to relieve the pressure. Luli put out the cigarette in the ashtray and said coldly, I'm not interested in that. I just want to know who used this to frame my wife. I don't know who it is. Then you want me to expose your scandal of taking drugs now? Luli pretended to make a phone call. Gong Shui cried and stopped him. I'm not lying to you, I really don't know. That day, I suddenly received a call from a woman, saying that she knew that I was taking drugs and wanted to expose me. I didn't believe her, so she immediately sent me pictures. I was very afraid that if this was known, my acting career would be ruined. At first, I thought that she wanted money, but I didn't expect that she wanted me to frame Mrs. Lu. That day, she was also the one who asked me to find the reporter who secretly took pictures of us. I didn't want to do that, but I can't be ruined. But do you think that you can hide it from everyone? At that time, I didn't have time to think so much. I could only do as she said. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was wrong, please let me go. Who is that person? I don't know. We haven't met, we only contact each other on the phone. Gong Shui hurriedly gave him the number. Luli called it, but it was already an invalid number. He stood up, and Gong Shui was still crying and begging him to let her go, but his expression was as cold as ever. I made it very clear just now, I will not let go of anyone who hurts my wife. In the press conference 2 days later, you can clarify everything yourself. Luli left the ward and received a call from his subordinate. President, the waitress who helped Mrs. Lu with her bag that day was found. She was planted, and she also admitted that she put the poison in Mrs. Lu's bag. She said that someone paid her to do it, but we don't know who, we only know her number. Send it to me. After receiving the message, Luli made another call to the higher-ups of the security bureau. Find 2 numbers for me. No matter who was behind it, he would not be lenient. In the Pink Princess room, Lu Qingwan was complaining to a gigolo she dated a few days ago on the phone. Do you think I don't want to come out? My house is surrounded by reporters now. I can't even go out if I want to. It's so annoying. Those reporters are like flies. If it weren't for my dad, I would have found a group of people to beat them to death. It's all that bitch's fault. She deserves to be in jail and caused so much trouble for our family. She deserves to die. Was she the one who poisoned the bag? Do you still need to ask? It's obvious. She is so vicious there is nothing she can't do. That kind of person should be sentenced to death. Dying 1,000 times is not enough. It's true. I feel much more comfortable when she is locked up in there these few days. I can't wait for her to be locked up forever. The door suddenly opened and Lu Li walked in. Lu Qingwan quickly hung up the phone and sat up. Brother, why didn't you knock when you came in? Who are you talking to? A friend. If you don't care about that woman, why do you have time to come to me? I thought you had long forgotten who I am. Lu Li smiled. How could I forget? But Lu Qingwan didn't notice the hidden meaning in his words. She thought that he was here to make up with her, so she proudly raised her chin. What? Now that you know her true colors and know that you like the wrong person, you realize who is really good to you and who is worthy of your love? I already said that she is not a good person. She even did something as vicious as poisoning. She is really ruthless. It's fine if she is unlucky, but even our family is implicated. You should quickly divorce her and draw a clear line. I don't want to answer any questions about her anymore. It's so annoying. Do you think she did this? Lu Qingwan rolled her eyes and said with certainty. Of course. You said that you wanted to get back together with her, and she was still pretending to want a divorce. In the end, you ignored her and went to find another woman, so she was jealous. I told you long ago that she has a poisonous heart. It's normal for her to do something like poisoning. Lu Li's expression was a little cold. Didn't you do it? Me? What are you talking about? I didn't even go to the dinner that day. How could it be me? Don't wrongly accuse me. Even now you're still lying. Lu Li was completely disappointed in her. I have already investigated the matter clearly. It was you who arranged a waitress to put the poison into Tao Yuan's bag. Lu Qingwan's face turned pale. Didn't she arrange for that woman to escape abroad? How could she still be caught? Also, they had been communicating through the phone. The other party didn't even know who she was. She even asked someone to buy the phone card for her. Such an arrangement was obviously foolproof. I don't know what you're talking about. She poisoned me, but don't think of making me take the blame. Lu Qingwan said and wanted to leave, but Lu Li grabbed her arm. You really won't repent until you see the coffin. After so many things happened, you still don't know how to repent. I didn't do it, why should I repent? Lu Qingwan struggled. Let go of me. I don't know what you're talking about. Let go. You asked a man named Chen Lang to buy the phone card, and he also confessed your relationship. You actually raised a duck. You really disappoint me. Lu Qingwan couldn't deny it and could only struggle. Let go of me, let go. Brother, you're hurting me. I warned you not to use those methods, but you had to challenge my bottom line. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? It hurts. Let go. Lu Qingwan's wrist was about to break and she cried in pain. Mom, Nanny Li, save me. Let go of me, she cursed in pain. So what if I did it? She deserved it. I hate her. Slap. Lu Qingwan was slapped hard on the face and she fell to the ground. Her mouth was bleeding, and she covered her red and swollen face, crying and screaming like a madwoman. You hit me again. You doted on me the most when we were young and you protected me when Dad scolded me, but you hit me because of her. I hit you because you're sinister and vicious. You're only 20 years old, how did you become like this? I can't believe it. Lu Li was so angry that his hands were shaking. If she wasn't his biological sister, he would have thrown her into the Huangpu River to feed the fishes. I was forced. Ever since that woman came into the family, my mom and I never had a good day. I wanted her dead. Even if it was 1,000 times or 10,000 times, she and I will not coexist. So you colluded with others to frame her? Who was it? Tao Yanran? Lu Qingwan bit her lips and denied it. I've never seen her, but Lu Li knew her too well, and the flash of guilt in her eyes allowed him to see through everything. He only found out that the phone card that contacted the waitress was Lu Qingwan's, and the other one had been cancelled, so he couldn't find it. But it was obvious that Tao Yanran was another person. She used the drug issue to manipulate Gong Shui to poison herself, and Lu Qingwan was responsible for arranging the waitress. Chapter 597. I already know what's going on. Is there any use in denying it? Lu Qingwan went all out. So what if it's us? It's Tao Yuan who deserves to die. You and Sister Yanran have been dating for so many years, but you abandoned her for Tao Yuan. Do you think she won't hate you? Also, Tao Yuan doesn't treat Mom and me well. It's normal for us to want to kick her out. Most importantly, she made you a cuckold. I don't know how you can bear it, but I definitely can't swallow this. I'm taking revenge for you. How can you turn around and deal with me? What medicine did she give you to make you like this? You really don't repent. Luli couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore. You became like this because of the lack of discipline. Next month I will send you to the strictest girls' school in England. I can't control you, but they will do it for me. Lu Qingwan's eyes widened in shock. She felt that the sky was about to collapse. You want to kick me out? Do you think I dare to go to that kind of place? What's the difference between that and going to jail? If you continue to stay here, it will only destroy you. It's all an excuse. You're doing this for Tao Yuan. Lu Qingwan sat on the ground and cried. I'm your sister. How can you treat me like this? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? I won't go even if I die. I've already decided. You have to go even if you don't want to. Luli had completely given up on her. Also, before I see the changes in you, I will pretend that I don't have you as my sister. Tao Yinran received a call from Luli asking her out for dinner. She was a little surprised, but she still gladly went. She dressed herself up and admired herself in the mirror. A purple gown outlined her slim and exquisite curves. She was tall and slender. Her makeup was sexy and flirtatious. Every frown and smile was enough to make any man lose his soul and kneel at her feet to lick her. She was so beautiful. How could she lose to Tao Yuan? Luli would definitely fall in love with her again. Tao Yinran thought proudly and was about to go out when she suddenly received a call from Lu Qingwan. She had a bad feeling about this. Luli was the only one in the five-star Western restaurant. He sat by the window. The 360-degree revolving restaurant allowed him to overlook the night view of the entire city. Tao Yinran straightened her back, walked over gracefully and sat down. Why did you suddenly invite me to dinner at such a romantic place? You didn't come to see me when I was discharged, so I thought you would never take the initiative to look for me again. Luli didn't say anything and poured her a glass of wine. It's a nice view, isn't it? Tao Yinran took off her coat, revealing the sexy purple dress underneath. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders, making her look extremely charming. It's been a long time since we had a candlelit dinner. This is my last meal. Take it as a farewell. Send him off. But she had never said anything about leaving. So he was chasing her away? Tao Yinran's heart skipped a beat. Although she had expected it, the result was more terrible than she had imagined. She widened her beautiful eyes and didn't know what to say. Luli's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a stranger. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Tao Yinran was very sad, but she managed to maintain a smile. Are you going to completely break off relations with me? Never to see each other again? Luli didn't deny it. He just said, Qingwan should have told you that I will send her to the British girls' school next month for strict management. Tao Yinran didn't deny it. When she went out to answer the phone, Lu Qingwan was crying on the other side, scolding her for not having a good plan and causing her to be driven to the United Kingdom. She was so noisy that she almost went deaf. Isn't it too cruel for you to be a big brother? I'm doing it for her own good. If she continues to stay in the country, she will only become worse. Luli had always known that Lu Qingwan was unruly, but he always thought that she was young and insensible. So when he heard that she often went to bars and kept male prostitutes, he was really angry. If he continued to indulge her like this, he would destroy her sooner or later. Then have you ever considered your mother's feelings? You and Tao Yuan have already broken her heart. If you send Qingwan abroad, how sad will your mother be? That's our family's matter. Tao Yinran shrugged. Since you have decided, then I won't worry about it. So now you still want to drive me away? Didn't you get used to it in the United States? Used to it? You have no idea what kind of life I lived over there. I thought about you every day and looked forward to returning to your side every day. That was the only motivation for me to live. I had so many excellent pursuers around me. Why didn't I get married? I was waiting for you. Do you know? But I didn't expect you to abandon me so cruelly. Tao Yinran was a little emotional. I can understand that you have a grudge against me, but I won't allow you to use despicable means to hurt Tao Yuan. You arranged the car accident with Fang Yicheng, and with this incident, I really didn't expect you to become like this. Tao Yinran took a sip of red wine and smiled carelessly. What's so surprising about it? I've said it before. Jealousy will make a woman vicious and do anything. Didn't Tao Yuan use many despicable means to snatch you away? This is called giving her a taste of her own medicine. Back then she broke us apart. I left for 3 years. Now that I'm back, shouldn't you divorce her and be with me again? At first, Tao Yinran was very confident in his feelings, so he thought that it was natural for them to get back together. However, after I broke up with you, I was depressed for a period of time. I still love you, but since we broke up, I never thought about getting back together. If you still love me, why can't we continue to be together? Breaking up is breaking up. Even if we get back together, we can't go back to the past. Why not? You're still you and I'm still me. It's not important anymore. Then what's important? The important thing is that you love Tao Yuan now and want to break up with me, right? How can you be so cruel to me? Not only me but your mother and sister also hate Tao Yuan. There's a reason for that. Why don't you think from our point of view? Don't you think you're too partial to her? Love is blind and selfish. I just want to protect the woman I love. Tao Yinran still couldn't help crying. So now you're willing to hurt us and betray us for her? Everyone has to pay the price for what they've done. If it wasn't you and Qingwan who framed her, I would have. What? You'd kill both of us? Luli was silent. Tao Yinran smiled bitterly. Do you know? Once you fall in love, it's really cruel. But I've always thought that I'd be someone you'd love, but I didn't expect that you'd kill me for another woman. If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't just be like this. This is the last time I remember our relationship. You're on your own. Luli finished his glass of wine and left. Tao Yinran chased after him. Tao Yinran chased after him and hugged Luli tightly from behind. She begged in tears. Don't go, don't leave me. She didn't realize how much she loved this man until the moment when he wanted to completely cut off their relationship. She really regretted it. If she hadn't been seduced by Ouyang Shua that night, she wouldn't have been caught by Tao Yuan. They'd be married now. She was the happiest woman in the world. How she wished she could go back to that night and not beg him to stay like this. She cried very sadly, but it didn't arouse Lu Li's sympathy. Sympathy for the conspirators was cruelty to the weak. He wouldn't allow them to hurt Tao Yuan again. A cold voice came out from his throat. Let go. No, I won't let go. I won't let you go even if I die. Ali, I know I've done a lot of wrong things, but I really love you. I just didn't want you to be taken away by her, so I took such extreme measures. If you came back to me at the beginning, I wouldn't have dealt with her. You think I'm very hateful now, but have you forgotten that she killed our child? Do I deserve to suffer all that pain and suffering? Why can you forgive her and fall in love with her, but you won't give me a chance? Jealousy can make a woman crazy. I was just blinded by hatred for a moment. Can you give me a chance to correct myself? She clasped her hands tightly and refused to let him go. We're over. I've already told you that clearly. But in my heart it's never over. You're still mine. No matter how you treat me, I always feel that we'll be together in the end. No, never. In this life I only love Tao Yuan. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. What's so good about her? How can I not be compared to her? Even if you save her and clarify that she wasn't the one who poisoned you, no one will believe you. Everyone will think that you used money to get her off the hook. She is now a woman with a bad reputation and she will destroy you. I don't care. I don't care what other people think. Even if the whole world despises her, I will stay by her side. And I will cherish her more than ever, protect her and love her. Tao Yinran cried her heart out and her hands trembled. Let go. He coldly said. I don't want. Let go. He tried to break her fingers. I don't want. Don't leave me. Ali. I beg you. Tao Yinran desperately held on tightly, but Luli still broke her fingers. I've already begged you like this. What else do you want me to do? She shouted at him. How are you going to hurt me? I never wanted to hurt you. I just want to protect the people I love. Ali, I beg you, Ali. Don't leave me. She tried to make him stay, but Luli avoided her. She sat at his feet and cried her heart out. You and I are completely over. From now on, I don't want to see you again. After saying this, Luli strode away. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, neon lights flashed. It was so prosperous that it didn't look like the human world. But this gorgeous exterior was wrapped in heartbreak and despair. Tao Yinran heard the sound of her heart dying. He had taken her heart and destroyed her love for him. All that was left in that pitch-black and empty chest was endless hatred. Chapter 598. That night, Gong Shui held a press conference and admitted that she had poisoned the champagne to frame Tao Yuan. She also announced that she would leave the entertainment industry forever. At this time, Tao Yuan had already left the police station. She took a shower and sat on the sofa to watch the news. Luli handed her a glass of warm milk. Whether Gong Shui was acting or not, seeing her crying so miserably, Tao Yuan couldn't help but sympathize with her. She was a big star with a promising future, but she ended up like this. It's quite pitiful. She framed you and you still say that she is pitiful? Are you overflowing with sympathy? I have already been merciful by not exposing her drug use. She is still so young. There is no need to completely cut off her escape route. Besides, she was just used. Tao Yuan still believed in one saying, one should forgive people whenever possible. There was no need to force people to death if there was no deep hatred. Why don't you ask me who is behind this? Do you even need to ask? It is either your mother, your sister, or Tao Yanran. Or they are working together. Tao Yanran will return to the US soon. As for Qingwan, I will send her to the British girls' school next month. Tao Yuan was a little surprised that he was so cruel. Is it worth it to drive away two women who are important to you for me? No one is more important than you right now. He touched her furry head and said softly. But are you willing to do it? Why not? Tao Yanran and I are already over. She will not give up if I stay here. And Qingwan needs the strictest discipline, or she will only destroy herself. This was his decision. Tao Yuan didn't want to express any opinion. I forgot to thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I would still be locked up in the police station. I don't know how to get out of this. Are you mocking me? She tilted her head and her expression was a little cute. Why do you say that? It's because I caused you so much trouble. Lu Li was very sincere a second ago, but he couldn't help but tease her the next second. But it's not my fault that I am so charming. I'm also very helpless. Stop being so narcissistic. She kicked at him and he grabbed her leg and put it on his lap. Hey, put it down. But not only did he not let go, he even grabbed her little foot and kissed it. Tao Yuan's face turned even redder. Kissing her feet made her shiver as if she had been electrocuted. She was extremely embarrassed. Why are you, again? She glared at him coyly. I can't help it. Who told you to be so beautiful? I can't help myself. You've only been serious for a minute, and you're acting like a hooligan again. My heart aches for you. I've suffered a lot when you were locked up in the police station for 2 days. Actually, it's not a big deal to be locked up. The scariest thing in that place is to be hopeless. But I've always believed that you would get me out, so I'm not worried at all. I'm not afraid at all. I can calmly wait for the day when my name is cleared. You trust me that much? Tao Yuan knew that she shouldn't tell the truth, but she couldn't help but nod. Yes, I trust you. I believe that you won't abandon me. I know that when I was locked up, you must be racing against time to investigate, so I feel at ease. Thank you for being willing to trust me so much. Lu Li smiled, feeling a great sense of relief. Then, on the basis of trust, can you give me another chance? At the mention of this, the topic became a little heavy. Lu Li didn't want to give her any pressure. Alright, I'm not asking you to give me a chance so soon, but at least move back here for a while. Before Qingwan and Tao Yanran go abroad, it's safest at home. Otherwise, I don't know what they will suddenly do. With someone taking care of me at home, I'll feel more at ease. Tao Yuan hesitated for a while. What you said makes sense. I promise you. During dinner, the whole family gathered, each with their own thoughts. Tao Yuan said, Dad, this matter has caused a lot of trouble for the family. I'm sorry. Lu Yanting shook his head. We're all family. Why say such words? Besides, you were framed and you've suffered a lot. Su Baihe snorted. You treat her like a treasure, but it doesn't mean that I can pretend that nothing has happened. Because of her, there have been so many reporters outside these few days. I'm almost schizophrenic. It's not Yuan's fault. Didn't you see the news? She's the victim. That's not what you said. Who knows what the truth is? Su Baihe said in a strange tone. Time reveals a person's heart. I'm too lazy to pursue these trivial matters. But there's one thing I must make clear. As long as I'm here, no one can chase my daughter away. When Su Baihe said this, she glared at Lu Li. Her attitude was obviously very dissatisfied. But Lu Li's expression remained the same. He scooped a bowl of soup for Tao Yuan. What are you talking about? Who wants to chase Qingwan away? Lu Yanting asked in confusion. Next month I'll send her to the British girls' school. Lu Li replied lightly. Lu Yanting was surprised. Why didn't you discuss this with me? It's because of lack of discipline that she became like this. If she doesn't receive strict education, she'll be ruined sooner or later. Do you think I don't know how to teach her? I've been teaching Qingwan all these years. Which one of you father and son has worried about her? Even if she did something wrong, Don't you have any responsibility? If I don't teach her well, it's my fault alone, isn't it? Lu Li met Su Baihe's angry gaze. Right now, I'm fulfilling my responsibility as the eldest brother. That's an excuse. You're doing it for this woman? Su Baihe pointed at Tao Yuan and roared. She's the one who should get out the most. She's my wife. So what about you? You've been bewitched by this vixen. It doesn't matter if you're deserted by everyone, right? You can chase Qingwan away today. Are you going to chase me away tomorrow? As long as they're against her, you'll chase them all away. Lu Li's attitude was clear. My choice is the right one. You guys don't know her nature at all. I can't even say those things out loud. Lu Qingwan lowered her head and cried as if she had suffered a great grievance. I don't care. Anyway, with me here, no one can chase my daughter away. You're not in charge of this family. You don't have that authority. I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave this place. I won't leave even if I die, Lu Qingwan cried and hugged Su Baihe tightly. Mom, help me. I don't want to leave you. Su Baihe's heart ached. Good daughter, don't be afraid. With Mom here, no one can bully you. Oh, Mom, this decision won't change. Lu Li was still firm. I've said it before. As the eldest brother, you don't have the authority to decide whether she stays or leaves. Both sides were in a deadlock. The smell of gunpowder was getting thicker and thicker. Tao Yuan was a little worried. Su Baihe kept shouting at the top of her lungs. Lu Li's attitude was calm, but he was also very firm. He refused to give in at all. The smell of gunpowder was very heavy. Su Baihe almost flipped the table. Enough. Stop quarreling. Lu Yanting slammed the table. If Ali doesn't have the authority, then do I, as a father, have the authority? Su Baihe felt like she was struck by lightning. Her face turned pale. What did you say? I agree with Ali's decision. You've all been bewitched by this vixen. Now, you only want her to stay and chase everyone else away, right? Even if Ali didn't say it, I already had this thought. Lu Yanting looked coldly at the sobbing Lu Qingwan. A loving mother leads to a spoiled child. She became like this all because of you. She doesn't learn anything good and only knows how to stir up trouble. I didn't say it, but do you think I don't know who poisoned her? You're so vicious at such a young age. If it was in the past, you would have been beaten to death by me. I've already decided. You don't have to say anything more. That. I don't want to go. Mom, save me, Lu Qingwan wailed like a ghost. I don't want to go. She ran over and knelt beside Lu Yanting, hugging his thigh and begging. That. I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. I beg you. I don't want to go. I'll change, I swear, she cried pitifully with snot and tears, but no matter how Tao Yuan looked at her, she felt that she was acting. Regardless of whether she was acting or not, she didn't deserve any sympathy. She even wanted to inhumanly laugh. Both father and son were right, they couldn't forgive Lu Qingwan just because she was young. On the contrary, if she was so vicious at such a young age, she should be harshly disciplined. Otherwise, who knew how she would harm society in the future? Qingwan, don't beg them. With Mom here, no one can chase you away. Su Baihe helped her up from the ground. Don't cry. Mom, quickly persuade Dad. Sob, sob, sob. Lu Qingwan wept as she left. Lu Yanting shook his head. What a foul atmosphere, this family is about to be destroyed by them. Ouyang Shua didn't say a word, he had a gloating expression as if he was enjoying a farce. Lu Yanting glared at him unhappily. What are you laughing at? You'll be happy if this family is torn apart, right? What are you talking about? I don't know how much I want this family to be harmonious. I'm happy for my dear sister. I hope she can go to England to turn over a new leaf and come back to be a new person. Lu Yanting didn't know what to do with his cheeky smile. Dad, don't be angry. Tao Yuan comforted him softly. I'm not going to work today, I'll play chess with you. Lu Yanting nodded. In this family, you're the only one who doesn't make me worry the others. But Ali is becoming more and more sensible. Seeing that the relationship between you and your husband is getting better, I feel comforted. Lu Li gently held Tao Yuan's hand under the table. She struggled for a while but couldn't break free, so she gave up resisting. The corners of the man's mouth curled up into a gentle smile. I'll take good care of her. All right, Dad, I'm going to move back for a while. That's great, Ouyang Shua shouted. Welcome. Sister-in-law, now that you're back, the house will be even more lively. Tao Yuan always felt that he was up to no good no matter what he said. Anyway, when she heard his voice, she couldn't help but have goosebumps, feeling gloomy. Why are you happy that she's back? Ouyang Shua smiled. Just now you said that I'm gloating now that I welcome sister-in-law back. You say that I shouldn't be happy. Is everything I do wrong? Chapter 599. After dinner, Luli was called to the study by Lu Yenting. Tao Yuan did not want to stay in the living room with Ouyang Shua, so she went to the garden to enjoy the breeze. She had lived in this place for a year and had lived a hellish life for a whole year. Now that she thought about it, she felt terrified. She didn't dare to think about how she had survived. She was lucky that she hadn't been killed by the evil mother and daughter. Even if Lu Qingwan left, there was still Su Baihe. There would be other troubles in the future. Was it the right choice for her to stay? Thinking about it, her heart started to feel heavy again. A hand patted her from behind, giving her a fright. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Ouyang Shua smiled and stood behind her with his arms crossed. He was calm and his eyes were like stars. Why are you so quiet when you walk? Are you trying to scare me to death? You were too engrossed and did not hear me. Seeing him, Tao Yuan's heart felt even more suffocated. Are you trying to get back together with me? What? Are you trying to get back together with someone? He asked again. That's my business, it has nothing to do with you. Tao Yuan wanted to leave, but Ouyang Shua took a step forward and blocked her way. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you trying to get back together? He was very persistent about the answer to this question. If it was, then he would be very disappointed. Why are you always pestering me like a fly? Tao Yuan was very impatient. Tiske, people say that women are made of water, but why are you so aggressive? How did I offend you? Back to the topic, are you trying to get back together? Because he saved the damsel in distress, your little heart was touched and you want to get back together? Tao Yuan was annoyed. She could not break out of this. From a brother-in-law's point of view, this is good news. After all, a peaceful family will prosper. Although he said so, it gave people a feeling of hypocrisy, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. But for you, it is not necessarily so. Just because he saved you once, you will forget all the pain he caused you before? Forget the 3 years of pain? Forget how he humiliated you? Tao Yuan, do you still have principles? If you forgive me so easily, I will look down on you. Whether I have principles or not is my business. Since when did you have to worry about it? I don't need you to respect me. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her and continued to talk to himself. He's only being nice to you now because he hasn't gotten you yet, so he's trying his best to please you. He wants to show how remorseful he is. And then? What will I do to you after I get it? Have you thought about it? Actually, you don't even have to think about it. His poor ex-girlfriend is the best example. I believe he once loved her very much, but now he can still be so heartless to her, just like how he was heartless to you for her. So in the end, this man doesn't love anyone but himself. Don't be silly. You'll regret giving your happiness to a selfish man. He said a lot, but Tao Yuan didn't want to listen because every word poked at her weakness. When she was swaying these days, she had been thinking about the past, using the pain of the past to remind herself that she couldn't fall in love with him again. But when these words came out of Ouyang Shua's mouth, it hurt even more, making her panic and want to escape. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. Why don't you want to hear it? Why run away? Why don't you refute me? Aren't you very good at talking? Refute me. Say that Luli is worthy of your love. Say that getting back together with him is the best choice. Say it. Get out of my way. Tao Yuan couldn't help but push him hard. Whether I'm doing well or not, it's my business what happens to me and Luli. Why do you always like to meddle in other people's business? You think you're very smart and capable, that you can see through everything about others, and that you feel a sense of accomplishment when you criticize other people's lives, right? It's easy for you to say that. You're the smartest person in the world. When you're angry, you're like an angry kitten. It's very cute. He couldn't help touching her head, but Tao Yuan slapped him away. Don't touch me. I'll say it again. My business has nothing to do with you. How is it unrelated? I don't know how much I care about you. Ouyang Shua's smile was still very frivolous, but he knew that he was just using this cynical tone to cover up his seriousness. He didn't want her to see through his feelings because he didn't want to face it himself. Recently, he had been reminding himself that he couldn't fall in love with this woman, over and over again. Just like when she was framed, he had been worried for a few days and stayed outside the police station for at least a few hours every night, doing nothing but looking at her interrogation room. He knew that she would be fine, but when he thought of her in there, he felt very upset and distressed. Of course, Tao Yuan didn't know the feelings he was suppressing in his heart. In her opinion, there was only a conspiracy in his heart. Don't say such disgusting words. You don't know love at all. You don't know what sincerity is at all. Everything you do is just for revenge. What right do you have to mock Lu Li? So what if he's like what you say? At least when I was in trouble, he tried his best to help me, but you only looked on coldly and gloated. Compared to you who only knows how to use your mouth to mock others and do nothing, he's much more noble. He's noble? He doesn't know how selfish he is. There isn't a single person with the surname Lu, they're all bastards. You have the blood of the Lu family flowing in your body, so how good are you? At least other people are openly cruel, unlike you who only know how to play tricks behind people's backs. You're just like a jumping clown, it's ridiculous. Ouyang Shua was truly provoked by her words to the point that he was a little irritated. I'm a jumping clown? Ha, at least I know what I want, but you're swaying left and right. Don't you think it's even more sad? Are you Lu Li's pet? When he treats you better, you forget everything and start to wag your tail at him. Or do you like to give a slap as a reward of a candy? Do you enjoy the pleasure of being abused? It's exciting, isn't it? Are all women so cheap? Whether I'm cheap or not is my business. You should take care of yourself first. I don't think you're very smart, nor do I think you're living a good life. In my opinion, you're living a mess. It's a tragedy to live with hatred, and you're continuing the tragedy of the previous generation to this day. It's a tragedy from beginning to end. You're so pitiful. With that, she pushed him away with her body and ran away without looking back. Ouyang Shua's heart ached. Tao Yuan was afraid that Ouyang Shua would chase after her, so she rushed upstairs and only calmed down after a long time. When she came out of the shower, Lu Li was already in the room. She was wrapped tightly in coral velvet pajamas, and the pink color made her skin look like a peeled egg, pink and tender. The two of them had slept in the same room many times. In addition, they were wearing more clothes, so Tao Yuan was more used to it than before. She was very comfortable drying her hair with a towel. What did Dad say? Nothing special. He just asked about our relationship and whether we're back together. Then how did you answer? I said soon. Tao Yuan was putting on toner and smiled at him in the mirror. Aren't you afraid of disappointing him? I'm confident that I won't let him down. Don't say some things too early, or you'll be slapped in the face in the end. If you don't want your man to lose face, then... He leaned against her from behind, his two long arms on the vanity, almost trapping her in the crook of his arms. His freshly showered body exuded a fragrance. Why don't you fulfill my wish? In your dreams? Stay away from me. She wriggled twice. His strong body pressed against her. Her stomach was against the vanity, and her body was half bent. You're the one who's acting like a hooligan now, okay? You're the one who teased me first. Stop it. Tao Yuan pushed him with the back of her hand and escaped from his arms. Lu Li did not chase after her. He took out a quilt from the closet. Are you sleeping in the guest room tonight? Of course I want to sleep here. If you're willing, she smiled and waved goodbye. Shouldn't you be trying your best to make me stay? It's rare for you to be so self-conscious. Why should I make you stay? She blinked innocently and her smile was a little sly. You know that I'm making concessions in order to advance. I'm not as cunning as you. If you want to go, go quickly. I need to rest. You woman. Lu Li could not stand it anymore. He threw the quilt down and pulled her over. Hey, let go, you're so annoying. Escape? Where do you want to escape to? He held her waist and did not let go. He lowered his head to kiss her. Do you think you can escape in my territory? His breath was so hot and Tao Yuan was so ticklish. Stop it. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I'll chase you back. Don't ever think of escaping from me. The man ordered domineeringly and his tone was fiery. While she was struggling, the towel that was wrapped around her head fell to the ground. Her hair fell down and scattered around her cheeks. A few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, making her look even sexier. Her fair and flawless skin, her pink and soft lips, and her sweet breath, everything bewitched Lu Li and he could not control himself. Tao Yuan was also scorched by his gaze. Her heartbeat quickened and her breathing became messy. Her brain was numb and she could not think. When he looked at her with this kind of gaze as if she was the only one who could do it, it was so charming, she swallowed her saliva subconsciously, and the push became soft. You, what about me? He pressed against her and their bodies were stuck together without any gap. Sometimes it was light and sometimes it was heavy. What about me? Are you mute? You can't speak anymore. Tao Yuan only felt that it was so hot. Aren't you going to sleep in the guest room? Let go of me. Her voice was stuttering. Who wants to sleep in the guest room? That's called the trick of injuring myself to gain sympathy. You're so lame. That trick doesn't work on me. I know you're a woman with a heart of stone. Lu Li held her face with one hand and his fingers tightened. Her soft and delicate skin was about to melt like milk between his fingers. His eyes were so captivating, like a deep pool that could suck her in. Tao Yuan lowered her head, trying to avoid his gaze. Why don't you dare to look at me? I'm not. I just don't want to look at you, She let out a muffled groan because he had held her whole face. It was a little painful, but even that kind of pain was stimulating. Her body was throbbing uncontrollably. Tao Yuan thought to herself, could it really be like what he said, that all women have a penchant for being abused? Otherwise, why would she be so excited? Chapter 600. You're shy. I'm not. She denied it in a hurry, but her face turned even redder. Then why are you blushing? Who's blushing? I'm not blushing. Can you let me go? Let you go? Don't you know that you'll only make me more excited when you beg me with such a soft and cute voice? I'm not soft. But she felt that her voice sounded coy, like she was grumbling, but it was clearly not like that. She really wanted to avoid him. Don't avoid your feelings. Your body likes my caress. The hand that was on her waist suddenly landed on her buttocks, lifting her whole body up. Tao Yuan let out a low scream. Whether you like me or not, you'll know after you try. With that, he lowered his head. Tao Yuan had nowhere to hide and was stunned. Their hot breaths intertwined. The two of them were about to kiss. Knock knock. The knocking on the door interrupted the confusion in the room. Tao Yuan woke up instantly and struggled with a low cry. Let me go. Someone's here. Lu Li was extremely frustrated and cursed in a low voice. Why was it that every time the atmosphere reached the climax, there would always be someone to ruin his good time? Couldn't he just let him have his way once? If this went on, he would really be impotent. He reluctantly let go and went to open the door. At the door, Ouyang Shua leaned against the porch and asked with a friendly smile, Do you want some fruit? Lu Li almost threw a punch at him. To hell with the fruit, he was deliberately ruining his good time. Ouyang Shua did have that idea. Anyway, when he saw Lu Li enter the room, he was very unhappy at the thought of him and Tao Yuan alone in the room. He kept guessing what they were doing in the room, whether they did it or not. Thinking about it made him very angry, as if his woman was touched by someone else. He would go crazy if he did not destroy it. Lu Li did not say a word and directly used his eyes to kill. Ouyang Shua was almost frozen in his eyes. He shrugged and raised his hand to surrender. Okay, seems like you don't need it. Then I'll just take it as me being meddlesome. He said sloppily. You have such a bad temper. Eat more fruits to cool it down. He looked inside and saw that Tao Yuan was dressed neatly. He felt a little better. Lu Li moved to the right, blocking his line of sight. Ouyang Shua smiled and left. The atmosphere was destroyed. Tao Yuan was already on guard. It was impossible for Lu Li to confuse her anymore. Finally, she stuffed the quilt into his hands. Either you sleep in the guest room or I go back to the apartment. Pick one. The man wasn't willing to choose either. He was very depressed. Can't you bend the rules for once? One night? Not even half a night, not even an hour. Good night. She shooed him out of the room. Lu Li glanced downstairs at Ouyang Shua, who was looking at him gloatingly. He frowned. He slept soundly. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Dad, good morning. Tao Yuan glanced at Lu Li. He pulled out the chair next to him like a gentleman. She had to sit down, facing Ouyang Shua. Morning. Lu Yenting grinned. You can stay at home from now on. I'm happy when you're at home. As long as you're happy. Lu Yanting glanced at the two empty seats. Where are they? Madam said last night, she and third miss won't have breakfast today. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Tell them to come down and tell them I said it. But, the maid had to do as she was told. After a while, Su Baihe went downstairs reluctantly. But Lu Qingwan didn't come down for a long time. The maid screamed from the second floor. Oh no, third miss has committed suicide. In the hospital. Lu Qingwan had swallowed too many sleeping pills and was being resuscitated. Su Baihe cried her heart out. She grabbed Tao Yuan, yelled and cursed, and pulled her violently. It's all because of you, you're a jinx. Now that something has happened to my daughter, you're happy? If there's anything, come at me. Why do you have to deal with her? Why aren't you dead? You bitch. If anything happens to Qingwan, I'll kill you. Lu Li protected Tao Yuan while Ouyang Shua pulled Su Baihe away. Su Baihe was too upset and fainted. Lu Qingwan was still being resuscitated. The sky was clear in the morning, but now the weather was gloomy. The entire corridor was dark, giving off a gloomy and depressing feeling. The thick smell of medicine in the air was suffocating. Lu Li sat in the corridor and smoked. He smoked so fiercely that there were cigarette butts under his feet. Tao Yuan bought a cup of warm milk and handed it to him. He shook his head, his tone a little irritated. I don't want to drink it. You're trembling. Lu Li sighed and rubbed his hair in frustration. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. No one would have thought that with her personality she would commit suicide. At first, Tao Yuan thought that she was pretending. Later, when she saw the doctor's expression, she realized how serious the situation was. She really didn't expect Lu Qingwan to be so extreme and threaten to kill herself. She didn't look like someone who would end her life so easily. I was very angry after what she did and shouted that I wanted to break off relations with her, but she's my sister. How could I not want her? I sent her to England to be educated because I didn't want her to be ruined like this. I understand. You're a good brother. Lu Li shook his head. I'm not. If I was a good brother, she wouldn't be like this. When he closed his eyes, he saw Lu Qingwan's pale face. Thinking of the scenes when they were young, Lu Li's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. No matter how willful Lu Qingwan was, she was still a good sister. On the contrary, he cared too little for her. She had gone down the wrong path. He shouldn't have blamed her and sent her abroad to be disciplined. If he had taught her personally, the situation might have been different. But there was no such thing as if in the world. No one could have predicted that such a situation would happen. Lu Li held his head and was in pain. Tao Yuan didn't know how to comfort him. Right and wrong, it wasn't a simple question of right or wrong. The most complicated thing was the entanglement between family members. Now they could only wait. The red light in the operating room dimmed and the doctor walked out. Lu Li was the first to rush over, but the doctor shook his head. The patient took too many strong sleeping pills. The rescue was ineffective. I'm sorry, my condolences. Tao Yuan was stunned and couldn't believe what she had heard. Yesterday, Lu Qingwan was still crying. She was a good person, but she died just like that. Boom! Lightning flashed through the dark sky and the entire corridor was pale. Ouyang Shua pushed the door open and walked into the bedroom. He was drenched in the rain and his jacket was dripping. In the dark room, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside the window. Tao Yanran was curled up in the corner. Her arms were tied tightly and she was injecting drugs into herself. Ouyang Shua was shocked. He rushed over and grabbed the syringe, throwing it aside and shouting, "What are you doing? You're crazy." Tao Yanran's hair was disheveled. Her eyes were sunken and her smile was like a ghost. Isn't it just taking drugs? What's there to be surprised about? How can you touch that kind of thing? Do you want to kill yourself? Living is too painful. Only drugs can make me happy now. Do you understand? Tao Yanran was already in a trance. She smiled foolishly. Only when I take drugs can I forget everything. Ouyang Shua was heartbroken. He closed his eyes and clenched his fist. Lu Qingwan is dead. Oh really? That's great. She's free now. You gave her those sleeping pills? He's smart. She cried and begged me to help her last night, so I told her to take the sleeping pills and pretend to be dead. That coward is very afraid of death, but there was no other way. I promised her that the sleeping pills were very weak and wouldn't kill her. It was just to scare Lu Li. How could she know that I gave her the strongest sleeping pills? Ah, aren't I very powerful? You've already lost your mind. That's a human life. So, a person like Lu Qingwan is a danger to society even if she's alive. I'm helping her. Why are you so angry? Don't you hate the people from the Lu family? You should thank me for helping you take revenge. At least I won't kill anyone. Don't make it sound so noble. You won't kill anyone directly, but you can make them feel more pain than death. Have you experienced the feeling of despair? If you have, then you'll understand me. I've already knelt by his feet and begged him to leave, but he's still so cruel. Since he treated me like that, I won't go easy on him. I want him to taste pain. He killed his own sister with his own hands. He won't be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. I want him to suffer as much as I do. You're too scary now. Yeah. But I'm happy this way. I lost him because I was too weak before. Now I'm going to take him back. When the people around him leave him one by one, I'll be the only one left. He'll come back to me. Tao Yinran crawled toward the syringe, but Ouyang Shua crushed it with his foot. What are you doing? She screamed at him crazily. That's my only happiness. Are you going to destroy that as well? You're destroying yourself now. You can't go on like this. I'll send you to rehab. I don't want to. Let go of me. Let go. She struggled violently, kicking and biting. Let go of me. She broke free from his hand and shrank back in horror. I don't have anything now. I only have this. Don't care about me anymore. Go. I don't want to see you again. Go. Whatever happens to me in the future has nothing to do with you. For a whole week, Lu Li locked himself in the room, not eating or drinking. Tao Yuan's heart was also suffering. She walked into the room with a tray. The dusk sky was gray. Lu Li's lonely figure was deep in the sofa, exuding an aura of despair as if he was dead. Tao Yuan put the tray on the coffee table and half knelt in front of him. His eyes were dull, without a trace of focus. For a week after Lu Qingwan's funeral, he was like this, as if his soul was taken away. Tao Yuan gently put her hand on the back of his hand. Her fingers were cold. Ali, as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was also choked. I've cooked soup for you. Can you eat a little? I'm not hungry. After a long time, his hoarse response came. But you'll collapse sooner or later. It's all my fault, he murmured. It's all my fault. These days he kept repeating these words. Tao Yuan also hoped that this was just a nightmare. She didn't get along with Lu Qingwan, but she didn't want her to die. She was still so young. She could still turn over a new leaf. She didn't believe that a person like Lu Qingwan would choose to commit suicide. She even asked the forensic doctor to check carefully. It was confirmed that she died from overdosing on sleeping pills. There was no doubt. Chapter 601. It's an accident. No one can think of it. It's useless for you to be so sad now. Don't be like this. Cheer up, okay? Your parents still need you to take care of them. Ali. Lu Li closed his eyes. His eyelashes were a little wet and he was choking with sobs. How is my mom? She was very emotional when she woke up. The doctor injected her with a sedative. It's all my fault. He clenched his fingers and the veins on the back of his hand stood out. Tao Yuan didn't know how to comfort him. At this point, no amount of comfort would be enough. Would you like something to drink? I'm very worried about you. No need. I don't want to see anyone now. Please go out. Don't be like this. Tao Yuan hugged him. If you feel bad, just cry it out. Don't keep it in your heart, okay? Cry it out. You'll feel much better. I killed her. I killed my sister with my own hands. Lu Li collapsed on her knees. The man who had always been strong finally shed tears. He cried on her lap like a helpless child and confessed over and over again. Tao Yuan stroked his back. She knew that he was suffering. She couldn't do anything but accompany him silently. His tears wetted her hand. Endless tears streamed down her cheeks. The new year arrived in the shadow of death. The entire Lu family was lifeless. Lu Yanting also aged a lot during this time. Su Baihe cried every day and night until her hair turned white. 1 month later, the cemetery was dead silent. Crows circled in the sky. The weather was gloomy. Lu Li placed a bouquet of flowers in front of Lu Qingwan's tombstone. She was smiling brightly in the photo. Unfortunately, she was already. He looked at her tombstone for a long time. A whole 2 hours. The sky was completely dark. Tao Yuan patted his back. It's time to go. In the car, Lu Li looked out of the window. After a long time, he turned his head and smiled at her. This was the first smile he had seen in the past month. Ali. Tao Yuan felt a lump in her throat and held his hand. I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. You must be very tired during this period. Tao Yuan shook her head. I'm not tired, but I'm very sad to see you so sad. I'm afraid that you'll continue to be like that. How could that be? No matter how sad he was, he had to get over it. This family still depends on me. If even I fall, what will happen to my parents? Yes, the dead are gone. I believe that even in heaven she wouldn't want to see you blaming yourself like this. Tao Yuan leaned on his shoulder. I'm afraid you'll overthink if we stay here. Let's leave this place temporarily, okay? Perhaps you will feel better if you go to Paris for some fresh air. Yes. He put an arm around her shoulder and kissed her hair. The graveyard receded behind him, connected to death and the shadow of this month. Although he still felt guilty, Luli knew that he had to pull himself together. For her, for the Liu family, and for himself. The night in Paris was brightly lit. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the deluxe suite faced the Eiffel Tower. There were 2 empty wine bottles on the table. Luli stood by the window and looked down at the city. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected his face. There was still a trace of sadness between his brows, but he was more determined than ever. Tao Yuan finished showering and came out in a bathrobe. She drank a lot with him, so she was a little dizzy and her face was as beautiful as a rose. "It's your turn." He didn't hear what she said. She walked behind him. "It's time to take a shower. Don't drink too much." She took his glass and put it on the coffee table. Luli turned to look at her without blinking or saying a word. Tao Yuan was a little embarrassed to be looked at by him. "What's wrong? Is my face very red and ugly?" "No, I've been so sad that I neglected you. I'm sorry. Thank you for taking care of me." He held her face in his hands and said with heartache, "You've lost a lot of weight." "I haven't, but you look haggard. I was really afraid that you would take it too hard. Fortunately, you got over it." Tao Yuan gently stroked his face. "I know that this has hurt you a lot, but let bygones be bygones, okay? I don't want to see you in so much pain." "And I know." Her face was as tender and delicate as if she had applied rouge. Her lips were full and bright, and her skin was like an egg with its shell peeled. Her gentle eyes were filled with concern for him. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat and he lowered his head to kiss her. Tao Yuan instinctively avoided it, but he insisted on kissing her lips. They gently moved and then deepened the kiss. He couldn't help but hold her delicate body in his arms tightly. He longed to embed her into his body and fill the emptiness and coldness in his heart. Only she could give him warmth. If it wasn't for her, he really didn't know how he would get through this. "Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan?" He kissed her and murmured her name. The more he kissed, the more gentle he wanted to be, and the more gentle he wanted to be, the more he couldn't control his strength. He loved this woman more than ever before. He loved her so much that he couldn't breathe and he couldn't fight with her. The kiss deepened, lingering, passionate, and full of infatuation. He was about to break her. But Tao Yuan didn't want to avoid his kiss. She even indulged in it. Her heart ached for him. There was no empathy in this world, but when he was sad, she would also feel a heart-wrenching pain. Was it love? Maybe she loved him. No matter how much she denied or resisted, the feeling of her body couldn't lie. The pain and worry for him couldn't lie either. She wished that she could be his comfort, warm him, and soothe his pain. This kiss became more and more passionate, and it went deep into their bones. In the room, the atmosphere was hot. The two of them were like fish in the desert, desperately needing each other. As the kiss deepened, Lu Li gradually felt that he couldn't control himself. He lifted up her nightdress and his hand went in, caressing her back. His fingers were very cold and she couldn't help but tremble when he touched her burning skin. There was a voice in her ear that kept saying, "Stop, stop." This was a mistake and he couldn't continue. Lu Li released her lips with difficulty and pressed against the tip of her nose. He was panting but his eyes were still very hot. "I'm sorry, Tao Yuan didn't understand why he suddenly stopped and looked at him blankly. The alcohol went to her head, stimulating her body and making it even hotter. She didn't want him to let go of her at this time. "Why? I don't want you to just pity me." "This isn't pity." "Then you're drunk and you'll regret it." His throat was already very tight. It was harder than killing him to resist the urge to kiss her. "I might have drunk too much, but I won't regret it." His eyes were red and his fingers were trembling. "Have you thought it through?" Tao Yuan nodded. The next second, her body was lifted up by him and he gently placed her on the bed. He kissed her deeply. He had been longing for this for a long time. Lu Li was about to go crazy. He bent down and kissed her body with his lips. She couldn't tell if she wanted to accept or reject him. Her fingers clutched his arm nervously. Lu Li, I know what you want, baby, I know it all." Lu Li covered her lips again, moving and sucking. He couldn't get enough of her sweetness in his life. Their fingers clasped tightly. That night, the two of them intertwined countless times, until Tao Yuan fell asleep from exhaustion. Lu Li looked at her and caressed her face for the whole night. The early spring sun was so bright that it hurt Tao Yuan's eyelids. She subconsciously covered her eyes with her hands, turned over, and buried her head in the pillow. "Good morning." Lu Li came in with a tray with sandwiches and freshly squeezed orange juice on it. "Get up for breakfast." "I don't want to." I'm so sleepy I want to sleep. Tao Yuan turned over lazily. Close the curtains, it's so bright. It's already past 10 o'clock and you're still sleeping. His big hand fell gently on her body. Her touch was so good. Thinking of how she looked last night, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Last night until midnight, I'm so tired. She closed her eyes and complained sleepily. Are you complimenting me for being capable? Annoying. Feeling the gaze, Tao Yuan couldn't sleep and lifted one eyelid. Why do you keep looking at me? I can't sleep like this. I think you're beautiful, I want to look. No, I'm not wearing makeup now, I must look ugly. No, you're the most beautiful in my eyes. He lowered his head, his cool breath on her face, his lips kissing her cheek, exuding a faint scent of shaving water. Tao Yuan's heart warmed and she shyly shrank her neck. No, my face is so dirty. I didn't sleep last night. Why? Because I'm afraid that you'll wake up and tell me that you're regretting it because you drank too much. His eyes were still a little cautious. When did you become so emotional? You're the one who makes me feel insecure. I did drink, but I know what I'm doing. Can you rest assured? So, are you pitying me? No, she yawned lazily. I can't even feel sorry for myself. Then. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Are you willing to give me a chance? Let's start over. Tao Yuan knew she should refuse, but after accompanying him for the past month, they were together every day and she understood him more and more. She felt that this man was not as cold-blooded and despicable as she had imagined, and his heart was also very soft. She should have said the words of refusal very firmly, but she seemed to be a little shaken. There were some things that were difficult even if she knew what to do. Her eyes flickered twice and she just said, "Don't force me, okay?" Lu Li couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes, but he still nodded. Okay, let's take it slow. Actually, I'm already very happy to be holding you and looking at you like this. I shouldn't ask for too much. Tao Yuan gently raised her hand and stroked his cheek. It was thinner than before without any flesh at all. You've lost a lot of weight. Have I? Do you dislike me? She nodded. A little. Then you have to find a way to fatten me up. How do I fatten you up? Just like this? He snuggled into her arms and kept kissing her, hugging her and touching her. Tao Yuan was so itchy that she rolled around on the bed, and the two of them were playing together. Stop, annoying, it's so itchy. Chapter 602. Tao Yuan felt a strong need for him. She stroked his hair and murmured, "The past is in the past. Everything will be fine. I promise you." "Don't leave me, please." Restlessly, he held her tighter. The two stayed in Paris for a week before returning home. Lu Yanting had temporarily recovered from the pain of losing his daughter, but his hair was much whiter. He did not go to the office and sat alone on the sofa in a daze. Tao Yuan didn't feel good when she saw this. "Dad, have a cup of ginseng tea." Lu Yanting nodded and sighed. "Thank you." In the past month, there were more wrinkles on his face and he looked listless. He brought the tea to his mouth but could not drink it, so he put it down. "Don't be too sad. You still have me." Lu Yanting forced a smile. A strong burning smell came from the kitchen, and the helper screamed. "Oh no, the kitchen is on fire." Fortunately, the fire was not big and the servants worked together to put it out. The tiles in the kitchen were blackened and the stove was burnt. Cough cough. "What happened?" Tao Yuan asked. Her face was scrunched up from the fumes. "The pot is dry and the fire is on fire." Cough cough cough. "Who's cooking?" "It's not me." "It's not me either. I'm not cooking." The servants shook their heads. "But I saw Madame go into the kitchen. She seemed to be cooking bird's nest. I said I wanted to help but she refused." An 18 or 19-year-old maid said in a trembling voice. "Second Miss loves bird's nest." "Did Su Baiha forget to turn off the stove?" "What happened?" Su Baiha walked over. "There's a fire." "Who started the fire?" "It's you." She glared at Tao Yuan. "It's not enough that you killed my daughter. Now you want to burn my entire family to death? You're such a vicious woman." "I didn't start the fire." "Don't try to defend yourself. You're a bitch with a poisonous heart." "I'm going to kill you." Su Baiha pounced on her. The servants tried to stop her but she pushed them away. "Get out of my way. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me." Su Baiha grabbed Tao Yuan's hair and tried to slap her, but her wrist was caught in midair. "Mom, stop." Lu Li stood in front of Tao Yuan. "Don't stop me, let go." This woman wants to burn us to death. I have to kill her first, otherwise we will all die because of her. Subaiha went crazy and her strength was terrifying. Luli couldn't control his strength and she was pushed to the ground. Mom? Luli hurried to help her up. Don't touch me. Subaiha screamed. Half of her hair had turned white, and her disheveled appearance made her look like a lunatic. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Qingwan has already been killed by her. Are you still not awake? She's here for revenge. If you continue to protect her, she'll kill you sooner or later. Our whole family will die. She got up, pushed the servant aside and rushed upstairs. Are you okay? Luli asked. Tao Yuan shook her head. I'm fine. Hurry up and go see her. Okay. Tao Yuan returned to her room. Not long after, Luli also returned. How's your mom? She closed the door and didn't let me in. Luli was also helpless. Ever since Lu Qingwan passed away, Subaiha had been locking herself at home. She often hid in Lu Qingwan's room and cried in the middle of the night. There were several times when the servants were almost scared out of their wits. There's something that I didn't know how to tell you before. Tao Yuan pursed her lips. Your mom's mental state is very abnormal now. Just now, she forgot to turn off the fire when she was cooking the bird's nest and caused the fire. I heard from the servants that she often suddenly forgot what she was doing recently, as if she had lost her memory. There was once when I thought that Qingwan didn't die and that she might have become mentally ill. It's best to take her for a checkup to prevent more problems. One blow after another came, mainly related to his family. Even a strong and mature man like Luli couldn't bear the blow and sat on the sofa in silence. Of course, this is just my guess. Don't worry too much. Even if there's a problem, you can receive treatment and it will get better. She put her hand on his shoulder. I'll always be with you. Luli covered the back of her hand. Thank you. Too many disasters had happened in the past month or so. If it was a problem at work, he could solve it, but now that his family was in trouble, even he was helpless. However, he knew that as the pillar of the family, he had to take responsibility for everything. Fortunately, she was by his side. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden rainstorm. The wind was strong, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The trees were blown askew and reflected in the window like a demon with bared fangs and brandished claws. Tao Yuan was awakened by the thunder. She suddenly saw a figure standing motionless in front of the bed. She screamed in fear. There was a figure beside the bed with disheveled hair. Tao Yuan was so scared that she screamed. A flash of lightning tore through the night sky and lit up the whole room. Subaiha's face was as pale as a ghost. Tao Yuan was really scared out of her wits. Before she could ask what she wanted to do, Subaiha suddenly raised a sharp knife and stabbed at her. Tao Yuan hurriedly dodged and the knife stabbed into the mattress. She couldn't imagine that if the knife stabbed into her body, she would definitely die. Seeing that she didn't stab her, Subaiha took out the knife and chased after her. Tao Yuan couldn't dodge in time and her arm was cut by the knife. You're crazy. Put the knife down. Help. Help. In the dark, Tao Yuan couldn't find anything to block. She grabbed a vase and threw it. Clank, I'm going to kill you, Subaiha pounced over. Tao Yuan grabbed her wrist. She was very strong and the knife stabbed straight at her face. Tao Yuan gritted her teeth and tried to resist. Finally, she snatched the knife and threw it away. At the same time, she pushed Subaiha away. The back of her head hit the wall and she fainted. The next day, Subaiha woke up. She couldn't remember what happened last night. Her family didn't dare to tell her. The doctor called the three of them to the study and said with a heavy expression, Madame Lu should be suffering from a mental disorder caused by a huge mental trauma. It could be intermittent or it could be a long-term one. She's in danger now. I suggest you send her to the hospital for treatment. The hospital meant a mental hospital. Lu Yanting was silent. After a long time, Luli spoke. My mom wouldn't want to stay in that kind of place. I'm afraid it would only worsen her condition. But she's in danger now. What happened last night might happen again. But I really don't want to treat her like a mental patient. Tao Yuan didn't want to put Lu Li in a difficult position and suggested. She just wants to deal with me. The others should be safe. Why don't I move out temporarily and ask the doctors and nurses to take care of her? Lu Li's heart ached. But I don't want you to feel wronged. I'm used to living outside. I don't feel wronged at all. Now that her condition is so serious, she's in charge. Don't hesitate anymore. The most important thing now is to treat her quickly. Otherwise it will only worsen. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Li could only nod. Does the injury on your arm still hurt? He regretted staying in the company to work overtime last night. Otherwise she wouldn't have been injured. But he really didn't expect his mom to do something so extreme. It's just a minor injury. It's not a big deal. Tao Yuan shook her head. Since she doesn't know her condition now, don't tell her. Just ask the doctors and nurses to take care of her body. Okay. Tao Yuan was only going back to the Lu family to stay for a while. She didn't have much luggage and it was packed in 10 minutes. Lu Li sat on the sofa and smoked silently. His brows had never relaxed since the beginning. Why do you keep frowning like an old man? Frowning makes you grow old quickly, do you know? Tao Yuan joked and cupped his face. Smile? But how could Lu Li smile? His heart was so stifled now that it was throbbing. I'm sorry. His low voice was full of guilt. I didn't do anything. What's there to be sorry about? I understand your difficulties better than anyone else. Moving away is the best choice. I've always been so self-righteous and thought that I was omnipotent. But in the end, I can't even protect my beloved wife. I'm so useless. He wanted to slap himself. He had never tasted such grievance in his life. No one could have expected this to happen. I can understand you. Thank you. He pulled her into his arms, tightened his arms, held the back of her head, and melted into his body. I'll make it up to you twice as much in the future. I swear. Tao Yuan moved back to her previous apartment. Pan Chi came to accompany her. At night, the two of them sat on the sofa with chips and juice and chatted. I haven't seen you for more than a month. It must have been hard. It's okay. Is the Lu family still in a bad situation? Yes. She's a good person, but she's gone just like that. Of course, it will bring a lot of trauma to the whole family. Pan Chi didn't care. If you ask me, Lu Qingwan was a scourge when she was alive. Her death is a good thing to get rid of a scourge for society. The dead are dead. Don't say such things. Pan Chi shrugged. Okay, then I won't say it anymore. But does this prove the saying karma? The Lu family treated you so badly and now they're in this state. So, people still can't do bad things. It's not that the time hasn't come yet. Tao Yuan didn't know what to say. When she hated the mother and daughter of the Lu family to the bone, she cursed them fiercely, wishing that they would be killed by a car when they went out. But when the tragedy really happened, she didn't feel good. After all, the human heart was made of flesh. No matter what, she had to consider Lu Li's feelings. What are you thinking about? Pan Chi reached out and waved her hand in front of her. The mother and daughter are so bad. Don't tell me you still sympathize with them? Also, when are you going to divorce? Their family is already like this. How can I ask for it? You didn't see how my father-in-law looks now. His hair is a lot whiter. If I mention the divorce again, he won't be able to take the blow. That's why I say, why didn't you get a divorce earlier? Why did you have to drag it out? Now that it's so troublesome, it's even harder to get a divorce even if you want to. The Lu family is like a quagmire. Once you step in, you'll only sink deeper and deeper. If you were more selfish back then and didn't worry about this and that, you would have long. Let's not talk about this. I don't like to hear it. What do you mean? Don't tell me you want to get back together with Lu Li? No. Chapter 603. Tao Yuan did not answer. She drank a mouthful of orange juice and her stomach turned sour. She almost vomited. She quickly covered her mouth and rushed into the bathroom. She leaned over the toilet but she could not vomit. She only vomited out some acid. She did not know what was wrong with her these days, but she always felt like vomiting. Are you okay? She shook her head, flushed the toilet, stood up and wiped her mouth. Wait, you are not pregnant, are you? Pan Chi cried in surprise. Tao Yuan turned pale and then shook her head. Impossible. They had only done it once that night in Paris, and she had taken contraceptive pills afterwards. Anything is possible now. Do you want to buy a pregnancy test? I may have caught a cold these days, not pregnant. You are too sensitive. Tao Yuan did not know whether she was trying to convince her or herself. Anyway, it would be terrible if she was pregnant. She did not even dare to think about it and wanted to avoid it subconsciously. It is better to be safe than sorry. Buy a pregnancy test and feel at ease. I know my own affairs. If I say I am not pregnant, then I am not pregnant. Hearing that she was a little annoyed, Pan Chi did not want to persuade her anymore, so she shrugged. Then be careful. If you are really pregnant, you will never be able to get rid of the Lu family. That night, she was still a little nervous, but Tao Yuan comforted herself that she would be fine after taking the contraceptive pills. Besides, she had caught a cold, so nausea was normal. She still did not feel well for the next 2 days. She would feel dizzy and nauseous from time to time, but Tao Yuan did not dare to check. Until one morning, halfway through the meeting, she suddenly felt dizzy and could not recover for a long time. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She asked for leave to go home, bought a pregnancy test and waited anxiously for the result. 10 minutes later, she stared at the 2 lines on the pregnancy test. Tao Yuan still could not believe the result. After all, she had taken contraceptive pills, and the chance of pregnancy was very small. She went to the hospital in a hurry, but the result was the same. She was pregnant. She sat in the corridor and could not calm down for a long time, with all kinds of complicated feelings. Her feelings for Luli had changed and the idea of divorce had wavered. But she asked herself, could she forget everything in the past and start again? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a solution. Especially now, Su Baihe hated her to the core, and Lu Qingwan's death was indirectly caused by her. She had an irreconcilable conflict with that family, which already made their relationship very troublesome, and having another child would make things even more complicated. But perhaps this child would bring a glimmer of hope? She did not know. In short, she was very conflicted. This child came at a bad time. Tao Yuan couldn't bear to abort him. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. But she couldn't keep him either. After thinking about it, the best solution was to get a divorce as soon as possible and cut ties with the Lu family. Then she would leave this place and raise the child on her own. But could he escape for the rest of his life? Would Lu Li agree to the divorce? With the Lu family in such a miserable situation, how could she bring up the topic of divorce again? Tao Yuan was about to go crazy. She walked aimlessly on the road for a long time until her legs gave out and she could no longer walk. He returned home with a heavy heart. When he opened the door, the room was filled with warmth. The air was filled with the aroma of food. It felt like home. She watched blankly as Lu Li came out of the kitchen with the dishes he had just cooked. He was wearing her teddy bear scarf. His eyes were gentle and he looked very warm. Tao Yuan couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She suddenly wanted to throw herself into his arms and cry. Why are you still standing there? It's time to eat. Lu Li untied his scarf and walked over, kissing her on the head. Did you come back at the right time? I just finished cooking. Why did you suddenly? I haven't seen you for 2 days. Of course I miss you. I don't know what I can do to make you happy. Maybe cooking is a good choice. Tao Yuan smiled bitterly. You don't have to do this. The better he treated her, the harder it was to bring up the divorce. Maybe it would be better if he was as bad as before. At least he could break it off cleanly. Now that he was dragging things out, she felt very uncomfortable. How could she bring herself to bring up the matter of divorce? You're touched to this extent by a meal? You've done so many things for me, so I have to repay you with my body? Of course, my body belongs to you anyway. You can enjoy it whenever you want. Lu Li joked. Seeing that Tao Yuan was still standing there, he pushed her to the dining table. Steamed turbot, braised pork ribs, shredded sweet potatoes, and kelp soup. These are all your favorites. How is it? It looks good, right? Well, I thought you've never been in the kitchen. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Your man can go out in the living room and into the kitchen. Lu Li lowered his head and kissed her on the neck. Sit down. I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. Come eat a piece of fish, pork ribs, and some soup. He kept putting food into her bowl until it was almost full. How does it taste? Even a confident man needed her approval. Tao Yuan nodded. It's comparable to a 5-star chef. It was a pity that although the taste was good, her throat was sore as if she was chewing wax. Her heart was also sour. It was not a good feeling. Eat more if you like it. You've lost a lot of weight recently. By the way, how's your mother? The doctor gave her medicine and the nurse is with her 24 hours a day. Although she still gets sick sometimes, her condition is much better than before. Well, that's good. The knot in her heart is actually me. She'll be fine after I leave. Lu Li smiled bitterly. It's been hard on you. How can it be? It's easier to live alone in an apartment. It's just that I can't take care of Dad. Thank you. I know. Pregnancy was supposed to be the happiest thing. The first thing she should do was to share the good news with her husband. However, her situation was the opposite. It was stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it. She was even afraid that he would find out. The feeling of nausea came up again. Tao Yuan quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks. I'm going to the bathroom. She hid in the bathroom and looked at her pale face in the mirror. She squeezed out a bitter smile. Why was her life so difficult? After dinner, Luli cleared the dishes and the two of them curled up on the sofa to watch TV. Covered with the same blanket, he held her in his embrace with one arm. She rested her head on his chest and listened to his steady and powerful heartbeat. She greedily enjoyed the warmth of this moment. Perhaps she would never experience it again. Are you sleepy? He kissed her forehead and said gently. No. You weren't at the hotel in the afternoon. Where did you go? She shivered. I accompanied Pan-Chi to do something. Her tone was very evasive. He should be able to tell that she was lying, right? What if he continued to ask? But Luli didn't ask further. He just said, "Oh. Why are you always so absent-minded today? I feel that you have something to say to me." No? No. Maybe I've been too busy these 2 days. I'm too tired. Then let's go to Paris again. I want to, but your mother is in such a situation now. How can you leave her alone? Tao Yuan shrank into his arms. His chest was so warm. She didn't know when she started to be so greedy for his embrace. Sometimes she really wanted to never leave. He sighed and toyed with her fingers. Now that I think about it, you've been a disaster since we met. I treated you badly in the past and then we separated for 3 years. You also suffered a lot. Now that we've finally reconciled, I wanted to treat you well, but this happened. Do you regret knowing me? Tao Yuan also asked this question, but she wasn't sure herself. Meeting him was indeed a disaster. She had suffered a lot in the past 14 years. However, if she hadn't met him, she might never know what love was. Her life would have passed so peacefully. At the moment of her death, would she regret that she didn't have a passionate love in this life? So, she was also very conflicted. There are no ifs in this world. Everyone you meet is arranged by God, and it is very likely that they will change the trajectory of your life. You will never know what your life would have been like if you hadn't chosen this path. So, I don't want to think about this problem. Since I met them, I met them. Whether I regret it or not, this is my life. Yes. But I'm very glad to meet you. Tao Yuan, thank you for appearing in my life. At this moment, Luli also felt that it was magical. Was love and hate really just a thin line? She was the person he hated the most in this world, but now she had become his favorite. Life was so wonderful. Ups and downs, hate and love, he had to experience them all at least once to not live in vain. But after experiencing so many things, he knew how to cherish her. He had never felt so strongly about someone before. In this life he had to have her. Tao Yuan, I love you. I really, really love you. I can't imagine what it will be like without you in my life. It must be very painful. The more he said like this, the more sad Tao Yuan felt. Why did he have to fall in love with her when she had to leave him? This was cruel to him, and it was also not easy for her. The most frightening thing in life was not suffering but being in a dilemma. Now she was standing at a fork in her life, and it seemed that any path she chose would be wrong. Don't say any more, please? He gently pinched her chin. Her teary eyes made his heart ache. He couldn't help but want to kiss her frowning brows and kiss her sadness. Kisses fell on her forehead, cheeks, and the corner of her mouth. Finally, he covered her lips. Gently, over and over again, he didn't know fatigue. She tasted so sweet that he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The kiss became deeper and deeper, entangling her to dance with him. As the kiss deepened, Luli turned around and pressed her under his body. He propped himself up with his long arms, not hurting her at all. As he kissed her, his hands slowly slid up her long legs and into her nightgown, caressing her smooth back. Tao Yuan couldn't help curling up like a shrimp, panting. The atmosphere was burning, and the warm kiss gradually became lingering. Luli pulled up her nightdress and buried his head in her chest. The cool feeling and the man's hot breath lingered around her heart. The two different feelings made Tao Yuan wake up. No, she was pregnant. She couldn't hurt the child. Thinking of this, she hugged his head and pushed him away with difficulty. Luli, don't. Luli panted and looked at her in confusion, but his hands didn't stop moving. I don't want. I want you to go crazy. He bit her finger. Chapter 604. I know your body. You want it very much. Don't refuse me, baby. Every time he said baby, it was incomparably gentle, melting Tao Yuan's heart. She almost couldn't help but lay down her arms and surrender. But she couldn't. Every time he did that kind of thing, he was very wild and would definitely hurt the baby. The situation was already complicated enough. She didn't want to make it more troublesome. I really don't want it. Don't force me, please. Tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes and her voice was a little choked. Luli was so tense that he was about to explode. He didn't understand. Hadn't she already accepted him before? Why did she still refuse him? Did he do something wrong again? But even at this moment he still couldn't bear to force her. He could only endure the torture himself. Okay, I won't force you. He turned to the side and panted heavily, trying to force the heat away. Tao Yuan put on her nightgown and curled up into a ball with her arms around her legs. She felt wronged like a child. Luli touched her head. I'm sorry, but I won't force you. Even though I want you so much. Okay, don't cry. Don't cry. He held her face and slowly kissed away her tears. As long as you are by my side, that's enough. I don't want anything else. That night, the two of them slept in separate rooms. Tao Yuan couldn't sleep all night. At dawn, she finally made the most unbearable decision, to give up the child. Even if they divorced and she ran abroad alone, Luli would definitely chase after her when he found out. It would be useless even if she ran to the ends of the earth. Even if he didn't come to her, she would raise the child alone. A child without a father's love was also incomplete. She couldn't selfishly bring him into the world without being responsible for him. Children who grew up in incomplete families often had psychological shadows. Ouyang Shua was the best proof. She didn't want her future child to become another Ouyang Shua. She felt very sad when she thought that the child would ask who his father was when he grew up a little bit. Since it was a dead end no matter what, she would rather choose to end it from the beginning. The next day she went to the hospital. The dark corridor was filled with the smell of blood and medicine. Some young girls were accompanied by their boyfriends. Some were crying and some looked sad. The nurse called their names numbly. The women who walked out were all pale, clutching their abdomens and crying in pain. A few of them had already fainted. Tao Yuan walked alone in the corridor, her heart dead. A little girl walked in front of her and asked her with a pair of big black eyes. Auntie, have you seen my mommy? You lost your way? The little girl nodded. What does your mother look like? My mommy looks like you. She has long hair and a gentle smile. Tao Yuan got up and was about to take her to the hospital's security. Chanshan, where did you go? I've been looking for you for a long time. You almost scared me to death. The young mother hugged her daughter tightly. Promise mommy that you won't run around anymore, okay? Well, Chanshan is good. Chanshan will never leave mommy. The mother left with her daughter. She hugged her neck and waved at Tao Yuan. Goodbye, auntie. Goodbye. Number 22 Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan. The nurse shouted impatiently at the top of her voice. Tao Yuan walked to the door and looked at the little girl. She was still making faces at her. She suddenly felt that she had made a stupid decision. The child was innocent. She couldn't decide her life and death. She couldn't bear to do it. No matter what would happen in the future, she might regret it, but she couldn't give up this love. She quickly ran away from this terrible place. Since she couldn't bear to abort the child, then divorce was the only choice for Tao Yuan. She made up her mind that no matter how difficult it was, she would brace herself to do it. The next morning, during work time, she took the time to find Luli. The secretary rarely saw her. He was a little surprised and received her respectfully. The president is in a meeting. Please wait a moment. How long will the meeting be? I don't know. It depends. Well, then I'll wait here. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours. As soon as it was over, Luli heard the news and immediately walked out of the meeting room. Seeing Tao Yuan sitting there waiting for him, his face lit up and he wanted to kiss her immediately. However, it was not good to be so intimate in front of so many people. He could only barely maintain the cold demeanor of a big president. When he returned to the office, he hugged her from behind and kissed her fragrant neck. Did the sun rise from the west today? You actually took the initiative to find me. His eyebrows sparkled with joy. He was as happy as a child. The more he was like this, the more uncomfortable Tao Yuan felt, but she didn't allow herself to be soft-hearted. Since she had decided to divorce, she had to say it no matter how difficult it was. Let me go first. I just like to hug you. Luli couldn't help hugging her tighter and stuck to her back like an octopus. Your perfume smells so good. I like everything about you. Baby, the raindrop-like kisses fell on Tao Yuan's neck, but it was like a dagger stabbing into her heart. Her heart hurt. She was about to suffocate. You, let go of me first. She tried to pry open his fingers. I'm about to be suffocated by you. Only then did Luli let go of her, but he turned her body around and wrapped his arms around her waist, intimately kissing her again. Are you a witch? Uh, what kind of magic did you cast on me? I'm addicted to you. Why don't you look happy? Did you wait for a long time? 2 hours. No wonder. I thought it was because you weren't satisfied last night. If it is, I'll make it up to you tonight. Don't be like this. I have something to say to you. She broke away from his arms and calmed herself down. Are you tired from the meeting today? Isn't it the same as usual? I've made plans for this year. Well, it seems that you're in good working condition. It's all because you're by my side. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pull myself together so quickly. You're my backbone. Lu Li held her hand and kissed it. Tao Yuan's throat was sore. Her heart was already heavy enough. She begged him to stop saying such things, otherwise she would collapse. She closed her eyes and suppressed the sourness in her heart. She looked at him calmly. I'm relieved to see you pull yourself together. I can also retire successfully. Retire successfully? What do you mean? Resign and become a full-time wife? That's a good suggestion. Lu Li, she took a deep breath and tried to suppress her emotions. Then she gathered her courage and said, let's get a divorce. Hearing that, he was stunned for a moment. Divorce? I almost forgot. Today is April Fool's Day. You actually lied to me about this. I was almost scared by you. I didn't scare you. I don't believe a word you said on April Fool's Day. He was smiling, but his fingers were already trembling. He avoided her gaze. Then let's talk tomorrow? Lu Li frowned and looked at her in confusion. Do you know what you're saying? I'm very clear. I want a divorce. But haven't we been fine all this time? When I said to get back together, you said you would consider it. Yes, this is the result of my consideration. Lu Li did not believe a word she said. Their relationship had clearly eased. He thought that it was only a matter of time before they got back together. He never thought that she would suddenly throw such a heavy bomb. Boom! His world was about to collapse. I don't understand. Do you remember that night in Paris? I asked you if you sympathized with me. You said no, you did it willingly. Have you forgotten? You didn't regret it afterward. I didn't forget. It's not that I sympathized with you. But everyone has a vulnerable moment. When I saw you in so much pain, I really couldn't bear it. I just wanted to make you feel better. So you're just using your body to comfort me? Lu Li felt that it was ridiculous and sneered. Do you think I will believe what you said? When we were intertwined that night, the way you looked at me, your body had a reaction and a feeling. I'm human. Of course, I have feelings and emotions. It's easy for people to make mistakes when they are vulnerable. I admit that I was moved by you at that time, but after thinking about it clearly, I can't do it. He was going crazy. What? Aren't we doing well now? The happiness when we're together is real. I can feel it. Those can't lie. I know that I've made you suffer for the past 10 years, but everything is different now. Why do you have to divorce me when I want to cherish you? The idea of divorce is not new. I've mentioned it to you a long time ago. I've never said that I want to get back together with you. Tao Yuan clenched her fists tightly and tried to force out the courage from her body. Her body was already trembling and she could run away at any time. Yes, you've changed now, but this is only temporary. In the end, I have no confidence in you. Why don't you give me time to prove it? It's been 14 years. I've spent all my youth on you. I'm very tired and I can't afford to gamble anymore. Just think of it as me being timid and weak. I don't believe you at all. When I'm with you, I don't feel safe at all. I don't want to guess every day how long you'll be good to me, whether you'll abandon me once you get me, and whether I'll become the second Tao Yanran. Also, the injury in the past has left a huge shadow on me. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. It will always exist between us and I can't start over. I'm responsible for Lu Qingwan's death, and your mother will never forgive me. You don't care about these problems now, but as time goes on, you'll definitely mind. I don't want to wait until that moment to fall out with you. Enough. Don't say any more. Lu Li slammed his fist on the desk, and the veins on his forehead bulged like an angry lion. I said that I love you. Why won't you believe me? Do you want to be trapped in the shadow of the past for the rest of your life? Because I don't want to, I have to leave you and find someone to start over. Start over, huh? Who do you want to find? Fang Yicheng or another man? Why do you think they're more reliable than me? If you can give them a chance, why can't I? Chapter 605. For so long he thought that they were going through thick and thin together. He always thought that if a woman was willing to accompany him in his most difficult time, it meant that she loved him. But it turned out that it had always been his wishful thinking. She only sympathized with him, and the idea of divorce had never been shaken. Luli didn't want to believe any of this. I don't make you confident because you never let your guard down. Trust me even once. I don't want much, just a chance. Is it so difficult? What do we have been through these days mean to you? Is it meaningless? She avoided his questioning eyes. It was too painful for her. Why don't you dare to look at me? Because you don't mean what you say, right? Luli wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Look at me, Tao Yuan. I don't believe that you really want to divorce me. Is there any difficulty? She took a deep breath. For the sake of the child, she had to be cruel to him. There is no difficulty. I just want a divorce. I just can't trust you. I'm very tired. Don't drag it on anymore, okay? Just take it that I'm begging you, let me go. She actually said that she was begging him. Did she hate him that much? Luli let go of her and turned his back to her. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Go. Is there any point in dragging it on like this? Go. Don't be like this, okay? Just take it as giving each other a release. I said I don't want to talk about it. Even if you don't talk about it now, we still have to talk about it tomorrow. You can't avoid it. I don't want to hear your voice again. Please leave. Tao Yuan felt like a knife was twisting in her heart. She thought that they would be as free and easy as before. But in the past few months, their relationship had changed. It was bigger than she had thought. She couldn't even open her mouth. The air was filled with sadness. The man's eyes were red and his fists were trembling. He heard the sound of the door closing and his heart ached. For the next 2 days, Luli didn't return to the apartment. Tao Yuan didn't look for him either. She wanted to give him some time to think. Judging from his reaction that day, divorce was more difficult than she had imagined. How long would it take? In a few months, her belly would get bigger and she wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. Moreover, she was afraid that the longer it took, the more unwilling she would be. Therefore, it was best to cut the Gordian knot and end everything quickly. She would leave this city. Knock, knock. He pinched his eyebrows and said tiredly, "Come in." A large bouquet of blue demonesses walked in. "Honey, happy 14th anniversary." Tao Yuan stands up in surprise. Luli, who is holding a large bouquet of blue flowers, makes her surprised. She hurriedly closes the door. "Why are you here?" "It's a surprise for you, don't you like it? The colleagues outside all saw you?" "Yes." "What's there to be afraid of? It's only right and proper to send flowers to your wife." However, they were all so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Luli felt that he was really not a good husband. "Today is our 14th anniversary." "How did you know?" "Have you forgotten? When you confessed to me, you showed me your diary. It was April 5th, the first day of your first year. You met me for the first time." If he didn't mention it, she would have forgotten. Tao Yuan thought of herself when she was 11 years old. She had just entered the first year of her first year and didn't know what love was. However, her eyes fell deeply into the clear eyes of the big boy, and from then on, her dreams were filled with him. The secret love in her youth was sour and sweet. Now that she thought about it, it was still very beautiful. She really liked the pure and beautiful self who worked hard for love without caring about anything. She always felt that meeting him was a disaster, but at least in middle school and high school, he was all the motivation for her transformation. Without him, there would be no Tao Yuan today. It was a pity that 14 years of deep love and 4 years of marriage would end in divorce. Thinking of that young and sweet secret love, Tao Yuan couldn't help but smile. However, the reality was that they were about to divorce, and the smile became bitter. "Why are you still bringing up things that happened so many years ago? If not for that look, you wouldn't be my wife now. If only I had fallen in love with you earlier. There aren't so many ifs. I was so ordinary at that time, and there were so many beautiful girls around you. How could you have noticed me? But now you are my wife. You are the only person I want to spend the rest of my life with." Luli looked at her affectionately and wanted to hold her hand, but Tao Yuan avoided him and ran away. "Don't be like this, okay? You will only make the situation more troublesome. Let's not talk about this. How do you want to spend Memorial Day? Fly to Japan now? Paris? Where do you want to go? We haven't had our honeymoon yet. Can we make up for it now? Don't talk about this anymore." Tao Yuan interrupted him painfully. "We are going to divorce. Don't you think that what you are doing will only make things more difficult?" Lu Li's heart suffered another heavy blow, but he pretended not to care. "If you don't like Paris, then we can go further. Iceland? Australia? Where you want to go skiing? Stop lying to yourself. No matter what you say, you can't change the situation. I want to divorce you. Do you hear me clearly? Tao Yuan used the loudest voice she could muster to emphasize her point. Divorce? Don't say these two words again. Tao Yuan took out a divorce agreement from the drawer and said in the coldest voice. I have already signed it. You should also sign it. Lu Li picked up the agreement and tore it into pieces. It's useless even if you tear it up. I still have a lot of copies here. I can't divorce. His eyes darkened and became gloomy. I will never let go of you in this life. Just give up. Then what do you want? Imprison me like before? Torture me? Or will you escape to another country? Do you think that's interesting? You know what I can't stand the most is your possessiveness. Because of those, I have been bruised all over. Do you want to continue to hurt me? I only want to love you. I only want to be good to you. But I don't need it. If you want to be good to me, then let go, okay? Let me be free. That's what I want most. Impossible. I said you are mine. I will not give you to another man even if I die. I can't live without you now. Tao Yuan laughed sarcastically. You keep saying that you love me, but in the end you only think about your own feelings. Without me you will be very miserable. But have you ever thought that I will be very miserable with you pestering me like this? Haven't we had happy times before? Yes, but compared to living in fear all the time, I would rather not have those short periods of happiness. She was so heartless that Lu Li almost couldn't recognize her. A few days ago she was still snuggling in his arms, acting coquettishly to him, laughing and joking with him. But after only 2 days she suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person and was clamoring for a divorce. Were all women so fickle? I will give you love. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. I don't want it. I will never be happy with you. She made sure that every word she said was cruel and left no room for negotiation. We'd better settle this peacefully. Otherwise, even if it goes to court, I will definitely divorce you. At that time, it will only embarrass the Lu family. Do you think I will be afraid of that? Lu Li snorted, suppressing the anger on his face. His temples were throbbing. I don't want to force you like before, but if you insist on forcing me, then I can only say, don't even think about divorce. Whether you go to court or find someone else to help, the result will be the same. As long as I am not willing to sign, you can never get rid of me in this life. You said you have changed, but what about now? Deep down you are still bossy. How can I believe you? How can I be at ease to give myself to you? Do you know that you are really scary? Love is not like this. This can only be called possessiveness. You are the one who forced me first. Lu Li's eyes narrowed dangerously. He grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her over. Tao Yuan screamed. What are you doing? Let go. Are you trying to force me again? His face suddenly pressed down. He was very close to her and his hot breath sprayed on her face. She was so nervous that she held her breath. In his pitch-black eyes she could clearly see her helpless self. She was shivering. If he wanted to use force to threaten her, she would protect the child even if she had to risk her life. This is the office. Don't act recklessly. What do you think I will do to you? You still don't trust me? Lu Li smiled in disappointment. I really thought that we were no longer the same. Since you always wanted to divorce me, you shouldn't have stayed with me and given me hope when I was at the bottom of my life. You felt a sense of accomplishment when you gave me sympathy. You felt that you were especially kind, didn't you? Do you know? If you wanted to leave me at that time, maybe I would have signed because I did not want to implicate you. But now that you have provoked me, don't think about kicking me away after giving sympathy. Do you understand? Tao Yuan was angry and gritted her teeth. People like you are not worthy of sympathy at all. I really regret pitying you. Even if I give my sympathy to a dog, it's still better than giving it to you. At least it won't bite me in the back. Scold me if you hate me. Go ahead and scold me louder. Because no matter how much you hate me, I will never let you go. Just give up. He shook her off and strode away. The staff in the big office were frightened by his gloomy face. Didn't he look very happy when he entered? Why did his face suddenly change? So scary. Midnight. Tao Yuan finally fell asleep, but she was suddenly woken up by the sound of the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. She opened the door. There was no one. She looked down and found Lu Li sitting on the floor. His face was red and he was drunk. His body exuded a strong pungent smell of alcohol. She quickly squatted down to help him. Hey, stand still. You're so heavy. Be careful, don't walk around, Lu Li was already drunk and all his weight was on her. Tao Yuan struggled to take every step. She staggered and swayed. Yet he pushed her away and acted like a drunkard. "Don't touch me. I will continue to drink. Come drink with me." "Cheers?" Tao Yuan was pushed by him and almost fell. Before she could stand still, she anxiously went to help him. "You are so drunk and you are still drinking." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.